Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. Give me just a second to figure out audio stuff, as usual. How's everything sounding for everybody in the chat? Am I too loud? Is the music too loud? Just bear with me through initial technical testing. Sorry, it took a second to get the second one of these going. It's been a crazy couple of weeks for me. Lots of big life decisions between trying to maybe go back to school and vacations and stuff. I think the music might be a little too loud. Let me turn this down a bit. At least it is in my ears. Might not be for you guys. There. Okay. Okay. So, let us begin, shall we? For anybody that's just hopping in for this little series here, this is part 2 of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 11-part series, depending on how I handle, like, mega evolutions and stuff, but I'm going through all the Pokemon games and just kind of talking about their creature designs, what I like about them, what I don't, all for the goal of trying to figure out exactly how I feel about the creature designs in these games. I've known for a very long time that I've vastly preferred the older designs over the newer ones, but I have a hard time articulating why that is, and I figure the easiest way to do that is just the court of public opinion. Just rank them all based on how I feel about them and see if I can more better describe why I do or don't like certain designs, or if people can just convince me like, oh no, you just don't like this X archetype of creature designs. What else do I need to do for a start? Same basic setup as before, 7 tiers. Pokeross is basically perfect designs, going down to ones that might have a few problems to ones that I'm just kind of feel positively on, but not much past that. Let me grab the Gen 1 tier list as a... So up in these upper echelons, yeah, you know let's start with Reflection for a little bit. Because I took a lot longer to get through all these last time, so I didn't really have time for like an actual proper intro. But I think I can, talking about that goal I had earlier, I think I can settle on what I feel about at least a few of these. Definitely really like when a Pokemon has a design that allows them to have a full range of emotion. Like, as a bad example of that, I'd say, like, a Weeping Bell or Raticate. The way that their bodies and facial features are designed are in a way that they're kind of stuck in how they present themselves. And as you get higher, you got these, like the basic starters of this generation. I love all of the starters of this generation. Blastoise, Charizard. You can picture a cocky Blastoise, or a sad Blastoise, or a competitive one, or a meek one, because their facial features and creature designs are very, very expressive, but they don't go so far as to define who the Pokemon is. I compare that to later generations with Incineroar. Incineroar has a very, very distinct personality that its design essentially decides it has for it, whereas these are a bit more templates of what a character could be in a Pokemon, rather than the character and Pokemon essentially being the same thing. Does that make any sense? I hope I'm making sense here. I also tend to rate things based on whatever I think the coolest idea in an evolutionary line is. Like, it's absolutely true that the evolution from Wartortle to Blastoise is not a very smooth one, but Blastoise is just so cool. So I definitely favor praising that over knocking it down because it's not the smoothest evolution. Also love Pokemon that have a lot of mythological ties, like having a Cerberus bird, or the whole Carp jumping over the Dragon's Gate to become a dragon thing when it comes to Magikarp and Gyarados. Or Ninetales with a... Is it Kitsune, or is it... Whatever the Ninetale thing is called. And then for bad ones, I just... Do you want more animal qualities than human qualities? Kind of. I think there's a balance. I think if you go too far animal, like I compare, like, say, Doduo right here. This is just a kiwi. It may have two heads, but it's just a kiwi. It can't really express itself in any way. Like, I want... How do I put this? I want enough human qualities on it to be able to express itself fully without getting into that weird uncanny valley that they feel more like humans than creatures. Like, you know how dogs have evolved to kind of mimic expressions that they have learned over thousands of years that humans react positively to? Like, their eyes have gotten bigger, their eyelids have become more expressive. Like, comparing dogs to wolves in that kind of way. I like it when they can express themselves, but not to a point where you get in this weird, like, good designs, weird Pokemon times, where it just is a humanoid. It feels like it should be sentient, and it feels odd to stuff them in a Pokeball and use them for creature battling. That's enough Whoa, English. That's enough reminiscence. Let's start with Generation 2. Bit of background with me in Generation 2. This is probably the Pokemon generation that I have the least exposure to. Like, I grew up really heavily in the Pokemon craze for Generation 1, but I never actually owned a Game Boy. I never actually played the games. I was just really into the Pokemon movie. I'd see a lot of the anime episodes. I had a lot of friends that collected the cards. I was really into the world itself, but never actually got into the games. And I had definitely a very Gen 1 attitude when I was a child. Whereas, like, I kept hearing about this, oh, they've made more Pokemon, but I was like, oh, bro, that's not... I like the Pokemon I have right now, though. These other Pokemon can't be good. Which was an attitude I kept until I actually got the chance to play Gen 3, which completely overwrote that and kind of kept me in the loop for subsequent generations moving forward. So this generation kind of just flew under my radar and stayed there. I've never played a Generation 2 game. This is going to... even though the roster's smaller, we might take about as long on this group of Pokemon as we did last time, just because I'm going to have to check a lot of the Pokedex entries just to see what these Pokemon's deals are. Still should be a fun time, though. Oh, something else I wanted to say during Reminiscence. I know this is a very top-heavy list for Generation 1, and I don't think that's necessarily a showcase of the quality of Generation 1. Gen 1 just gets a kind of a free pass because when you're talking about the world building and creature design of a franchise, whatever that franchise starts as is inevitably going to become the groundwork that everything else is going to be compared to. So of course this is going to be the most top-heavy area because this is what sets that bar. This is what everything is inevitably going to be compared to. Just wanted to say that. I'm sure that it's not necessarily... Like, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say that, like, oh yeah, Gen 1 has the best creature designs. It's more just that it has the most consistent, I think would be the way to put it. Just because it had that unifying theme of having to actually build the world instead of having to grow out of it. But let's start with the Generation 2 starters. And it's interesting to see the jump from Gen 1 to Gen 2, because I feel like you can see a lot of similar ideas in the Gen 2 starters, but I don't think any of them land as solidly. Like, I think Chikorita is a nice base. I'd probably put it, like, here-ish. I believe, if I remember correctly, like, the whole leaf on its head is for, like... Yeah, the leaf on its head gives us a nice aroma that leaves creatures very docile around it, which is, like, you know, that's a nice touch, very nice world building there. But I don't have that same immediate draw to it as I do the Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur line. I think a big part of that is that the Bulba, Ivy, Venusaur line has a huge benefit of knowing that the bulb hides vines that they use as extra appendages. Just lets them emote, express what they're doing. It allows them to have a lot more abilities. Whereas this is just inherently more basic, I guess is a way of putting it. Plus, I'm not as fond of... You know, I might actually drop Chikorita to here. I'm not as fond of its... like, how its facial features are defined. Like, the weird way it kind of just... like, it's got the kind of sauropod body, but its head is just kind of plastered flat on its face. Kind of a similar Charmeleon vibe of it. It just feels kind of bald, apart from the leaf. Bayleaf. Bayleaf's because I feel like it's better, but I don't like the... these little... like... bean leaves coming out of its legs. Legs? Neck. Goodness. Body parts. I don't understand them. Who knows? I still think it's overall better. Like, this is still doing that kind of... I talked about this a lot in the last stream. What I really love about Pokemon Eeveelutions is that they feel like this creature and an element being fused together, and as the creature grows and becomes stronger, its connection to that element grows and becomes stronger as well. Like, I don't think it's as solid as the Bulbasaur blooming out into a flower as it becomes more of a tank-like toad creature, for lack of a better way of putting it. So are the Chikoritas based off of giraffes because its evolution kind of looks like... I believe they're based off of sauropods. Like dinosaurs. Like, you can especially see that with Meganium. Let's just throw Meganium up in Poker's row. Because I feel like it takes a bit to get there, but once you actually hit Meganium, Meganium's a great design. Like, it actually properly blooms into a full flower, where it kind of just feels like it's half committing with the other two designs. It kind of has this weird, like, collar with Chikorita, and it can't quite commit to the leaf to blooming flower to kind of mimic how Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur does things. I think I might actually put Bayleaf down here too. I think these two are just fine, but Meganium is excellent. Gigawatt says, in my opinion, the Gen 2 stars are really bland. It just feels like so much of them is just empty and just a solid color. I could see that, definitely. Like, even with Meganium, I think Meganium is good enough to stand on its own, but even then, single color, I absolutely see where you're coming from. I think what really puts it over the top for me is the little antenna feelers. Gives it this weird, almost bug-like vibe to it, which gives it a little more personality than just, okay, we got a sauropod with a flower growing around it. I might put it down the lower shiny lily. No, I think it's still good. For what I love about Pokemon, I think this still gets into that S-tier level of design. Cyndaquil. I love the initial idea behind Cyndaquil. Kind of having this sort of porcupine antenna. What actually is a Cyndaquil based off of? Origin. An echidna. Okay. Yeah, but I love the initial idea here, where it's taking this basic, like, rodent design, but making the quills on its back actual flames. It's a really fun way of kind of spinning off of the idea of a porcupine, but with an elemental twist to it, because it's not the spikes that are dissuading predators from attacking it. It's actual fire. And I think that's an easy pokerus for me. Unfortunately, I don't think the other two really build off of it in any particularly impressive ways. Gosh, this is how much I don't know about Gentile. I can't even quite remember what the second evolution... Quilava! It's Quilava! Like, it just stretches a bit and gets another bit of fire, but in doing so, it loses the entire point of what the fire was doing for the design in the first place. Let me see a Pokedex entry. Does it describe if there's any specific... Yeah, it turns its back during battle, means attack with the fire on its back. It's from non-flammable fur. It can send any kind of fire attack. Yeah, not really. It's just... I wish it was solid all the way across. As it is, it just kind of looks... I'd put this under Chikorita. Might even go down... No, you know what? I think the weird two... like, crests of flame just looks kind of weird. Typhlosion brings it back, though, a little bit. I think Typhlosion's at least solid. Like, I would feel disappointed going from Cyndaquil to Quilava, but Typhlosion, it's still got that kind of intimidation factor to it now. Replaces the more... I like how it replaces the quills that are kind of more for defense for more of a crest that's used for more of intimidation, kind of like a lion's mane, almost. Don't like how Typhlosion loses Quilava Firetail. On one hand, I agree, but on the other hand, I kind of like that it's no longer a defensive kind of deal. Like, again, it's more of a statement, I guess you'd say. Is that part of... If it's part of that, it's Pokedex, I'll definitely give it points for that. Rage peaks when saw anything touched it, go flames. Blade forward to cause huge explosion. That's cool. A Teostra kind of deal. Rage peaks, it becomes so hot. Ah, it's not really there. It's just kind of... I do kind of feel like a lot... There's definitely a noticeable dip here for the starter Pokemon in terms of... maybe just the Pokedex entries in general. There's a lot less world building from what I've seen so far. Maybe that'll change as we go forward. Really wish Typhlosion Fire went all the way down his back. The fire is just too small in comparison to Cyndaquil. It really barely looks like the fire grows. That's a good point. Like, the creature obviously grows, but the connection to its fire really doesn't. You know what might have been cool? If instead of, like, growing into a full, like, defensive, fiery carapace, it started to grow into more of a offensive tool. Like, imagine if the flame started licking down its arms into, like, almost, like... I don't know if I'd go with flaming blades. But, like, you can like, you can see this thing, like, using, some sort of, like, flaming claw attack, whereas the flyers will just leap off of its arms and, as it slashes down. That could have been really cool. But as is, yeah, you know, I'd put... No, I still think it, like, at least gets that vibe of, okay, like, yeah, it's fully evolved now, it's ready to fight. So I'll put it there, but I do definitely wish there was a better through line here with a fire in that way. Totodile is... it's just kind of there. Like, it's cute, don't get me wrong. But it's just cute. Like, you don't have those little flourishes. Like a Squirtle has that little, like, wave in its tail, which fully blossoms into, like, the cool, wavy elements of Wartortle. This is just a crocodile. The whole way through. And, like, I like crocodiles, but it's just a crocodile. I think this is at least a... something like here. Like, it's still a good design, don't get me wrong. But it kind of gives me almost... kind of this sort of like Growlithe, Vulpix, Caterpie sort of vibe, where it doesn't really it's just the animal. That's one thing I really don't like about a lot of water Pokemon. They're just water Pokemon because they're aquatic creatures, which is just like, duh. Yeah, but it's still fine. Croconaw is a... I really don't like that little spike on the end right there. That looks so weird. Oh, what even is... Give me a Pokedex entry. Lose a fang. That's huge jaws. Oh yeah, this is just going to be about its jaws. I really don't like Pokedex entries that are focused solely on, oh yeah, look at this part of the Pokemon's body. It's better at doing the things with this part than any other Pokemon. In this case, just being, okay, if it bites you, it's not letting go. It's just, it's not very interesting. I think I'd even put it, go as far as put it down here. Like, it's fine. Well, not even, it's kind of, it is kind of ugly. No, I take that back. I might even put it... Give me some more sprites. Let me see more of this thing in action. How does it move? Oh gosh, look at it from behind. Oh, that is ew. What kind of color palette is that? Just the weird yellow stripe off the back? No. Okay, yeah, no, frustration. That's just kind of, that's off. No, thank you. Totodile's whole line is just a crocodile that stands, and I wish it had more water. Absolutely agreed. Like, I don't know in what form that would come. Maybe give it like a wavy pattern alongside these spines instead of these weird, just red juttings. I don't know. It's just... It's so over-centralized on just biting the entire design. I don't know. I think... Croconaw still gives me... No, that's not Croconaw. For alligator, right? Yeah. It's another case where I at least feel like it's a satisfying third evolution of, like, okay, yeah, my little pet is growing into this giant protector that'll be my friend through thick and thin. So I definitely still feel positively about it. Give me some Pokedex entries for this guy. I guess it's just going to be about biting. When it bites with its massive and powerful jaws, it shakes its head and savage. Yep. It's hard for it to support its own weight off water, so it gets down on all fours, but it moves fast. Do you have any pictures of it on all fours? I feel like that might look cooler. How about sprites? Any sprites like that? Nah, not really. Oh, that's weird. Why does it have, like, these weird half nubs in addition to the spikes on its back? Kind of just looks off in that way. Same with the... I guess you'd call them armor plates along its arms. Oh, but the old sprites are awesome! Oh my gosh! Look at these! Like, still kind of the same problems, but this looks way more intimidating. I love these. Gosh, I miss the personality that a lot of the older sprites gave. You think alligators have those, though? Well, yeah, but it's a weird case where Pokemon kind of picks and chooses the details it wants to throw onto their creatures. And when you're already putting in these haphazard, like, crests along its back, just looks a little bizarre. But I think you are right. Alligators do have that. I was just at San Diego Zoo, and that was definitely a thing. Look, just went through a rough few years of puberty. This is true. This is true. Yeah, he had a phase. He had a phase. Hey, Carson. Thanks for joining up. We're just doing some more Pokemon stuffage. Yeah, I don't think I'd put it over Chickroot or Bayleaf because I think I'd even put Totodile underneath them too. Because these guys at least have like that elemental connection here. But it's definitely just a crocodile, and there's some weird bits and bobs. What, I don't like the 3D models with dead expressions of the 2D sprites that actually moved? You know what, call me crazy, but no, I'm not particularly fond of those. Shocker, I know, controversial opinion on my part. Like, overall, I still think that this is a solid starter line. Like, it's more positive than negative. I think most starter lines are like that throughout the entirety of the Pokemon franchise. But this definitely feels like just kind of the same basic formula, but less so in almost every single way than Generation 1. 3 will kind of start doing its own thing and starts, like, rectifying that a little bit, but I don't think it's until Generation 4 that you can really start making an argument that, okay, this is really starting to compete with Generation 1. I think really only 4 is the one I'd say, like, oh, no, yeah, this might be better than the first generation. But we'll get to that eventually. Overall, still okay. Still okay. Is this Sentret or Furret? I always get mixed up which is which. Yeah, Sentret, okay. Okay, now we're starting to get into stuff that I just have no... I've seen this in Pokemon Go, and that's literally it. So give me some... Where is Pokedex entries? What is your deal, Sentret? It's still on its tail, you get a better view of its surroundings. It sounds like its tail, so you can see a long way of its spots. Yeah, this is the stuff I love, where it takes these aspects of the Pokemon's design and actually kind of starts painting a picture of how this thing interacts with nature. Oh, this is even better. While Sentret sleeps, it does so while another stands guard. The Sentry wakes the others up at the first sign of danger. Kind of taking a meerkat kind of design to it, but more of a... You know, I don't know what kind of animal this is, actually. Kind of a rabbit-meerkat combination? What is your origin? Meerkats and ferrets, rabbits, dinosaurs. Yeah, it's an odd design, but I kind of like it. As far as the gym slaves go, I'm kind of fond of Sentret. I put it like, I don't know, right here. I think for a normal type, it's pretty solid. Oh, right, that's a thing. I forgot about that, Gigawatts. The 3D models, like, of Typhlosion didn't even have the fire going off unless it was attacking. Gosh, those things look so ugly. Especially Quilava. Like, at least Typhlosion's got the kind of intimidation factor of being a hulking creature. Quilava's just always on the ground, so it just looks like this solid black nub. Alright. How does Ferret build off of this? I will say, very cute Pokemon. Like, this is a great combination of just taking a real-life animal but Pokemonifying it to a point that it's still really expressive while still hearkening to that original Pokemon. The nest to suit its long and skinny body. The nest is impossible for other Pokemon to enter. There's no telling where the tail begins. It is quick at hunting Rattata. Ooh, I love these little bits right here. Whenever you get, like, predator or prey interactions in Pokedex entries, that's really fun. Let's make sleekly swims. Yeah, it's a ferret. It's a ferret. Like, clearly, obviously a ferret. Ferret is, I don't know if I'd call it S tier, but, like, it's good. Where did I put the other birds? Yeah, it's kind of in that same realm of the Pidgeotos and Pidgeys and all that. Like, it's just what you see before you. I think I like the original Sentret a little bit more than Ferret, just because Sentret's got more oddities to it. It's very much its own creature that kind of takes from various other creatures and builds a new one, whereas this is just clearly a ferret, but they're still good. I like them more than the basic crocodiles. I'll give you that. Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot has always felt so weird to me. Why is its feet like that? My son's 1 foot changes feet so fast. Oh, okay. It's a flamingo. It's a flamingo owl. Okay. Braces switch. It is very much just like a... it's a clock owl. It's the kind of thing you'd see... Oh, okay, there we go. There's its feet. Alright. Like, it feels a little too derived from that basic idea of, like, okay, the clock strikes 5, here comes this bird out of it to kind of hoot as many times as our hours of the current time. But, like, it's fine. I like the designs around its eyes that kind of look like clock... Oh, this... Clock arrows with the gears as well. That does feel a little heavy-handed. I'd probably put it... like here-ish, but it's not bad. It's fine. It's fine. Noctowl's cool, though. I do, like, genuinely like Noctowl. Like, this gives me Pidgeotto vibes of, like, you are just a bird, but that's a really cool bird. I love this crest that it's got right now, the multi-layered colors around its eyes. This thing gives you a presence of authority. It's almost got, like, a regal design to point in this crest. Almost looks like a crown. Again, even the S tier is a crazy take. I love. Hey, like it's still solid. It's got that same kind of Venusaur vibe of like, oh yeah, this small creature grew into a powerful creature, and the elemental attachment grew as well. It's great. Yeah, and the Pokédex entries are just okay. Yeah, the owl is definitely an owl, but like it's a good owl. It's a very solid owl. I wouldn't put it over... No, you know, I think this is a more solid design than these two. These two are kind of basic with the elemental attachments to them. You know, I think I might actually put... Does that feel better to me? Nah, I like the antenna too much. Ladybug... just so many initial Pokemon in this generation that are just like, okay, yeah... That sure is just the thing you're making a Pokemon off of. Again, I do think Ladybug is a solid, like, Pokemonified bug, though. Gives me kind of Caterpie vibes, you know? Like, it is just a ladybug, but it's so huggable, you know? It's got these weird, almost, like, boxing gloves at the end of each of its... legs. What are those? Does the entries say? Is there a time unable to move alone, active in a group? Yeah, again, very solid Pokedex entries. I love it when they do this sort of thing. It's like, oh yeah, if it gets cold, they'll gather together to keep each other warm. Like, I love this kind of stuff. More of this kind of stuff, please. But like, yeah, that sure is a ladybug. But is good ladybug. Put you. Well, I think what's carrying this for me is if anybody's seen Jello Apocalypse's Dogs in Love series, this is Crapgorps, and that hilarity is kind of carrying that for me. I think it's more down here. Like, I wish its eyes were capable of a little more. Actually, give me some. Oh, never mind. No, that's extremely expressive. That's adorable. Look at that. I'll put you back up here. You're adorable, Ladybug. Letty In, though, is kind of fascinating. It almost looks more like a... for lack of a better way of putting it, it looks like the Ladybug joined the military, and it's got, like, this weird, like... elementary school entertainment, like, superhero costume on. It is kind of adorable. Starts flickering the night, flutters around, scattering gloating powder. Background, larger, smart, depending on the number of stars in the sky. Oh! Interesting! So it's got like a whole tie to, like, the stars in the sky? Hold on. Let me see sprites. Does it actually have, like... That's kind of cool. So the spots on its back react to the stars. And... Okay, Letty In. I'm feeling ya. You know, yeah, no, I'm feeling this design. Like, it's odd, don't get me wrong. But, like, it's very personable. It's got some interesting things with its Pokedex entries. And it's a much more enjoyable evolution off of the basic bug that Ladybug is. I kind of love this guy. Spinnerak's a weird one. Because I feel like this is less an actual bug Pokemon and more just the... it feels like the actual... bug badge at a bug-type gym, more so than an actual Pokemon. Thank you, it's the Power Ranger Ladybug. Thank you, I was trying to think of, like, okay, yeah, that's that, kind of like, what's the thing with the helmets, but the word just was not coming to me. It's Captain Falcon as a Ladybug. There we go. That would be an amazing regional variant. My gosh, can you imagine? Just in whatever the next generation is, just a fire-type Ledian. I do like that Spinarak is at least more... Like, I talked about this last stream where there's this kind of dichotomy between the initial Pokemon where you'll have one cutesy Pokemon and one, like, more threatening one, like comparing Caterpie to Weedle, Pidgey to Fearow. Kind of go from more of adorable or threatening. And I think Gen 2 does that better than Gen 1. I think I put you... maybe right here? Shout out to the signature move Spinarak and Ariados got 15 years after they were introduced. At level 54? What? For a bug Pokemon? Ew! Why? I do think it's a good bug. Like, it's a bit flat, for lack of a better way to put it, but good bug. It's a good bug. Kind of crazy how long it took Pokemon to actually start combining elements with Pokemon bugs outside of just being bug-type Pokemon. I think even... yeah, not next generation either. It's gonna take a bit for them to actually start exploring that design space. Ariados, I think, just looks really cool. Like, again, it gives that similar kind of... I'd put both of these up in A tier easily. It's got a similar growth of, like, from Weedle to Beedrill. Like, oh yeah, this thing is really threatening now. I see some... is there also some mouth art to tell which end is which? Oh, I love entries like this. Rather than making a nest in one specific spot, it wanders in search of food after darkness falls. That just gives you a mental image of these things threateningly stalking their prey through the night. Like, oh, that's what I live for. How big is this thing? Just out of curiosity. 3-foot tall spider. God damn. Okay, yeah, that's it. The little wings, for lack of a better way of putting it, kind of its back are a little odd. Kind of like two of its legs just kind of forgot what they were supposed to be doing. Or are those supposed to be... Hold on, let me see a sprite from this thing from behind. I never use these things. I don't know what they look like from... No, they're just kind of there. Some weird extra antenna. But yeah, I still like it. Solid bugs all around. Pokemon almost always has really, really good bug-type Pokemon. Other types can kind of fluctuate in their quality, but bug types are probably the most consistent across every type in the series. Yeah, it's just a regular spider, but it's an interesting looking spider. Could definitely have more to it, but what's here is still pretty good. Ooh, Crobat. So I talked about this a lot with Zubat and Golbat last time. I feel like they really dropped the ball with all the cool ideas that the Zubat line had. Like, you had this really cool insectoid sort of swarming leech bat kind of deal, and then you just kind of ruined that for a little joke of what if it was screaming supersonic but louder. Crobat almost feels completely disconnected from the other two. If it wasn't, like, it's just the same evolutionary line because it's purple and a bat. You don't really see much of any of the ideas from either of them. I'm not quite sure how to... Not even that, it's because it's purple, actually. No, it completely swaps its color palette as well. I remember I saw it in the comments of the last stream, someone asking to take into consideration that this was the Pokemon that introduced the idea of evolving through friendship, taking the disgusting-looking Golbat and actually turning it into more of a fuzzball-friendlier-looking creature with Crobat, which I can see to an extent, but I feel like if that was the idea, they didn't commit nearly hard enough to it. Because, like, Crobat... I don't exactly look at Crobat and think friendly, you know? Like, it still absolutely looks like some kind of predator, right? It's a stupid now. Could have easily been the final evolution to a new bat Pokemon, and nobody would have bat an eye. Ha ha. Like, I still think it's good. Like, it's hard to make something with 4 wings and call it bad. Just get that. That's a cool design flourish. But it still frustrates me so much. Just how much I adore Zubats. And then just Crobat's just fine. Somewhere like right here. I like Spinarak better than that. I wish it was more. I just wish it was so much more. Chinchou. This is a fun one. Taking the idea of like actually going a little bit further than just like, okay, the aquatic creature is a water type Pokemon. No, this is an anglerfish that has actual electric abilities because of the little lanterns on its back, and it's got 2 of them, which was really distinct and unique. You know, I barely ever think about this Pokemon at all, but looking at it, I kind of adore it. Oh, that's even more fun. Having each of its antenna linked to various magnetic charges. Oh, I've never known anything. Am I gonna put this in S tier? I think I might actually put this in S tier. I kind of love this design. I don't know if I would ever use it in an actual, like, Pokemon game, but it's adorable. I really love the idea behind it. Why is it called Chin? Well, let's figure out. There's a name origin on these. Maybe derived from Chochin, lantern, and Chochinanko, the football fish. Okay. So there's your answer for you. I also love the pluses on its eyes. It gives it this very kind of otherworldly alien. Oh, especially when you see how it moves around. Look at that. Oh, that's perfect. Kind of gives off that hypnotic vibe that lanternfish have for their prey. That's so good. Yeah, that's an S tier for me. That's definitely an S tier for me. Lantern? Let's see if Lantern can sell me, because I don't feel as fondly of Lantern from the little that I've known about it. Kind of loses a lot of that otherworldly charm that Chinchou has. Sobrak can illuminate the sea surface from a depth of over 3 miles, blinds prey. Yeah, I mean, it's a lanternfish. Let me see some sprites. How does this thing move around? How does it compare? Sprites? Hello? There we are. Yeah, I'm not feeling this one as much. It almost feels like less of an evolution and more of just a different take on the same idea. And this take isn't nearly as fun. Like, whereas this is some weird hypnotic alien creature, this is just kind of an inflated lanternfish that doesn't look nearly as threatening as actual lanternfish do. And where it's got the cool antenna as it is in Chinchou, this one is just kind of... Like, how is this better? I'm not feeling you. Sorry, Lantern. I think your original design was significantly better. Are there any Pokédex entries that actually describe why the antenna like that? Is there an easy... No, it's just bright. Alright. Agreed. The Lantern's design doesn't feel like it leans into any direction, just kind of inoffensive and forgettable. I agree. It's just a cuter version of a real-life anglerfish instead of taking it to new heights. Yeah, it's a shame, because like I feel like this idea right here could be taken into some really crazy directions. But no. It's just kind of... thicker. Baby Pokemon. I mean, Pichu's easy. Like, this is just... It's absolutely riding Pikachu's coattails. But I feel like this is probably the best baby Pokemon, I would argue. It makes the Pikachu line feel actually complete instead of just being kind of stapled on like a lot of baby Pokemon are. I love the whole design around how it can't really control its electric power and it hurts itself. Is that actually in the games, or is that just based off of that one anime thingamabobber? Boy has injuries. No, yeah. It's just not skilled at handling its own power, so it kind of just shocks whatever nearby, and that's fun. I enjoy that. Its parents need to take care of it for a bit and teach it how to get through the world, and that's kind of cute. I don't feel that way about either of these two. Like, I already feel like both Clefairy and Jigglypuff would just be better as single evolution Pokemon. Neither of their evolutions are particularly great, and neither of their lower evolutions are particularly great either. And Igglybuff especially is just off-putting. Like, Cleffa is the most boring design you could get. This is my problem with a lot of baby Pokemon. They're just kind of the same Pokemon with less features. Igglybuff is just... It's staring into my soul. Not in a good way. That is a fair point. It is literally star-shaped. I'll give you that. But it doesn't... I don't feel like any of the pre or latter evolutions of either of these lines really benefit from having those evolutions. Before rating Cleffa as anything less than S tier, know this: every Cleffa game card has an attack called Eek, but with one more E each frequency. I don't know if that buffs my opinion of it at all, but that is amazing. Where did I put Wigglytuff? HM Slaves? That's kind of how I'm feeling about Cleffa. Like, I don't think it's bad, but it doesn't really do much for me. To be fair, I could say the same thing about Clefairy in the first place. I think that was in B tier. Yeah, low B. It's kind of in that same boat. I feel like the entire line is a bit directionless, but I will admit I do like the point around it being literally star-shaped. Kind of harkens to that otherworldly nature it's supposed to have. Igglybuff, no thank you, though. I would trade this thing away in a heartbeat. Togepi's good, though. I like Togepi. Just this kind of rocky, oh, I just broke out of my egg and I can't really take care of myself, but will you take care of me? It's the kind of Pokemon that you really just want to nurture. I'm sure that's heavily biased from just having Misty always taking care of it in the anime. Is there anything more to it, or is it just... Oh, I do love entries like this that kind of try to build mythology around Pokemon. Like treating Togepi as a symbol of good luck. Like, that's some fun world building right there. Yeah, I think Togepi's good. This is in the... kind of in that realm of the Meowths, where it's just a kind of a solid, almost character design. It manages to be a baby without annoying you by the fact of, oh god, I have to take care of a baby right now. Togetic, though, is not the direction I would have ever expected it to evolve in. I guess it's kind of an angel. Yeah, so sort of a cherub vibe to build off of, like, this is a creature that gives you good fortune. and then it grows wings to allow it to spread that to others. You know, I kind of like that angle on it. Why does Togetic become white? What happens to its skin? I don't know. Why do most Pokemon turn colors? It's feathers, I guess? It does definitely look unfinished, though. Almost like they had to come up with an evolution off of this egg, and they just weren't really sure what to do with it. I do kind of like, though, how its head looks like it's literally just stuck trying to get out of the egg and has to grow larger to actually make its way out further. Although, again, it's weird that it like keeps the pattern at the same. It's a very bizarre design. What's its origin? Based off of a fairy, baby bird, or egg. Yeah, no, that's I was able to gather that. It is a very successful, like, fairy before fairy type was a thing. I don't think I like it as much as Togetic, but I mean, Togepi. But I'll put it, like, here-ish. I'm a bit confused. It's kind of gives me, like, Magmar vibes of, like, I'm not quite sure what you are, but you're different, so I still kind of like you. Has gained a Cuboid situation? Maybe? Maybe it's a camouflage method to allow them to hide amongst their eggs to defend them? It's like a predator will arrive not knowing that there's Togetics also there ready to defend the unhatched Togepis. There's room to grow, to expand off of that. But it's good. It's still good. Natu is odd. Because I love the cultural inspirations behind it. Like the art. Remind me what specific parts. Yeah, kind of that North American kind of artwork for how it is like designed, but it's so simple. Like, can I see like some other situations for it? It's one of those instances where the way it's designed, it makes it very difficult to emote. Which I'm not as fond of. I feel like it favors that side of it a little too much. Can I get some other... Whoa. Hello. For some reason, we are zoomed in at 400%. It's just the same expression every single time. Have we got, like, anything from the anime? I guess it does... It does kind of give that sort of Abra vibe, where it's a little otherworldly to kind of harken to the fact that it's a psychic type. And from that angle, I can appreciate it a lot more. Give me some Pokedex entries. Because wings aren't fully grown, it has to hop around to get around. It's always staring at something. It usually forages fruit on the ground. It will hop onto branches, the peck shoots. Yeah, bird is bird. Just kind of hops around. Okay. I think it works as always focused. I can see that, yeah. I don't think I'd quite put it up into the shiny tier, but I think this is solid, like, high B tier. I wouldn't put it above Noctowl just because I think Noctowl's design... You know what it is? I don't think that Natu has enough to its design. Like, this is so simplistic that I just don't feel that strongly about it. But once it evolves into Xatu, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. I really like Zatu's design. Like, this is a really good psychic bird. Like, you feel like these creatures are like this actual weird bird people society. Oh, and this is even better conceding to the past and the future. It eyes the sun's movements all days. Like, this is a great psychic-type Pokemon. And again, I love the cultural inspirations for its design. I think this is another S tier. I really like Xatu. It's different. It's fun. That feeling of being different is what I think I want the most for Psychic-type Pokemons. I want to feel just a little unnerved whenever I'm looking at them, which I think the best ones do accomplish. Oh, look at this guy. Not fond of the constant, like, God... Man, the jump to 3D really did screw over so many flying-type Pokemon. Like, this was my introduction to this Pokemon, so there was a very long time where I did not like Xatu, because I was just used to it looking like this the entire time. But now, when you see it just kind of swaying back and forth, like, oh yeah, that's a great Psychic-type Pokemon. Mareep. Okay, a huge part of what's going to decide this for me is how the wool factors into how it uses its electricity. Builds on spine. Yes! Okay, this is a great Pokemon. I love this Pokemon. So taking the sheep's wool and actually building it around static electricity, that's so good. I love that so much. A lot of good electric-type Pokemon in this generation. Like, I already got 3 different evolution lines, and they're already really solid. I do think I like Chinchou a little bit more for the idea it has. But, like, I think Mareep is fantastic. Flaffy, though. Why are you pink? Centuries. Oh! Okay, I kind of love that. It's not pink, it's just bald. Because it gathered too much electricity. It's just naked. And the wool can't grow there anymore. That's amazing. I love that. That's hilarious. And I'm sure I'm going to rank Ampharos highly as well, but... Why don't you have wool? I guess would be the question. Beacon for lost people. So much that I can see from space. You know? I'm not feeling Ampharos as much as the other two. Like, it's just... It loses a lot of the theming, though. Like, Mega Ampharos is fantastic. It's because he's completely shared. Yeah, I guess, but... I guess building off of Mareep's theme of like, oh yeah, it's gotten so powerful with its electricity that it can no longer grow wool, but then it becomes Mega Ampharos and gets the wool back. I don't know, it's still good. But I kind of like its pre-evolutions a lot more. I almost would have rather that it evolved directly into, like... maybe not quite Mega Ampharos, but like maybe a half-seas approach to what current Ampharos and Mega Ampharos is. I don't know. It's a lighthouse? Oh, true. That's fun. Is there everything else here? All shares of the lighthouse, there's height, shade, and beacon. Oh, yeah, that's literally just... It's a bit of a weird shared design space with lantern. I think it's still good, but I don't feel as much joy about them as I do Flaffy and Mareep. Still good, it's still a satisfying evolution, but it does lose a little bit of the charm. Just a little bit. It's still good, still solid. Let's move the Mega... Let's really quickly just move all the Mega Evolutions down, because I'm not going to cover them today. I'll do that in its own dedicated stream. Am I missing any? I am. Yeah, I think I feel good about this. Bellossom! First of the branching evolutions. And I like Bellossom a lot. It's strange that it never got retconned into being that Grass Fairy, but ah well. This is the way I like to do, like, specific, like, human occupation-based Pokemon. Like, this is clearly a kind of, like, Hulu Dancer kind of deal. But it's done in a way that you can... It feels like you could see the culture, like, human culture, being inspired by the Pokemon, rather than the Pokemon just copying humans. Does that make any sense? I compare, Corviknight as another good example of that. Like, you can see... Maybe like, oh yeah, this is how medieval people got their inspirations for how to design their armor based off of this cool steel bird. I don't know. Bellossom is neat for a design, I just don't really get why. Yeah, that's... It is odd how it evolves specifically from Gloom. Like, this would make a lot more sense to me if it was, like, the split happened on Oddish. But going from Gloom to this thing is very interesting. Blossom is a cool Pokemon, I just get why it's attached to the... Agreed. It's just odd. Yeah, it communicates the idea of being a hula dancer without literally being a hula dancer, but it's a Pokemon. That's the way I like to do it. I don't know where I would... Give me some Pokedex entries. Gathers times appears to dance. They say the dance is a ritual to summon the sun. Make a pleasant ringing sound. Yeah, this is a great kind of fey creature Pokemon. Do I put it all the way up here? I do definitely like it. Like, the evolution is odd, but I also like this from a raw design perspective way more than I do, like, any of the Odyssey. Like, to be clear, I like Vileplume as a Pokemon a lot more, but as a Pokemon design, I think I like Blossom the most. I have a theory that Blossom was not connected to Oddish, but due to the introducing split evolutions in the limited space, they just made it a split evolution. I could see that, yeah. But no, I think this is a good Grass-type Pokemon. I'll put it, like, up here. Yeah, I feel good about that. Meryl. Blue Pikachu. Alright, I've never known what the heck is its tail supposed to be. Pokedex. It's all the oil that is lighter than water, lets it swim without drowning. And if it's a buoy! Oh! Okay. I kind of love that, actually. I was not expecting to, but that's kind of awesome. Oh, that's a fascinating way of making a water-type Pokemon. Like, there's not really anything in nature that does something like that. I mean, there's Pokemon with, like, organs that... There's animals with organs that let them float, but nothing, like... so disconnected from them. It is just a blue mouse on top of that, but I am kind of feeling the tail. I'll put this on the higher end of B tier. Somewhere like right there. I think it's a solid design. The buoy keeps it out of C tier. Like that's just a funny idea. Azumarill, though, is literally... this is just a cosplaying Wigglytuff. Like, it doesn't offend me. But, like, it's just another Jigglypuff kind of evolution. Where you just kind of stretch the design and call it a day. And I'm not fond of that. Where did I put... yeah, yes, C tier is where those kind of designs fall. Like, it's not ugly like Clefable is, but it's... Why do you exist? Inspired by others wrapping themselves in seaweed to stop them from being adrift? Maybe? I think there's probably more of just a direct inspiration from actual, like, ship buoys. I will admit that Azumarill was cute. Like, it still succeeds at being huggable like Wigglytuff is, but that's all it is. Sudowoodo, okay. Okay, this is... I need to know how this thing works in gameplay. Because I haven't played the Generation 2 games. I can't remember this ever being, like, an actual mimic for, like, actual, like, cuttable trees. Is that what this does? Because if so, that's amazing, and I love that. I also love that it's a rock type. It's just a rock pretending to be a tree. That's so funny. Sudowoodo can be found blocking the run in convenient locations in order to gain your bound. Yes, it is! Okay, that's awesome! Like, it's that same kind of Voltorb design where it's literally just a mimic. It's an obstacle you spray it with water to get to move? Yeah! Okay, that's great. I love Sudowoodo. Oh yeah, because it's a rock type, and it's weak to water. Actually, I might... you know what? I think I'll put this in S tier. Because the only reason Voltorb isn't higher is because I feel like it could have, like, maybe some kind of, like, Rotom-esque sprite living it, using the Pokeball as, like, a home. Maybe some sort of, like, ghost creature that's being super mischievous and blowing up in people's faces when they try to pick up a Pokeball. That could be hilarious. Sudowoodo, though, like, that's a complete design right there. It's a hilarious little twist on the mimic kind of Pokemon that Voltorb introduced. Wait. This is important. Is there any interaction, like special interaction between Sudowoodo and the cut move? Gosh, and the way it moves is so funny, too. Like, just quickly jumping from different positions. This is one of few Pokemon that I do kind of love seeing how it moves in 3D. Just how it will jerkily go from one pose to another pose. He's cool. It's great. I love him. Also, I bet, like, never played it as a kid, but I would have loved to see, like, kids being confused why this rock-type creature just isn't being hurt, why this tree-looking creature isn't being hurt by their fire moves. Oh yeah, like Potaplant just said. So you use Fire Flying to try to beat it, only to take a rock throw to the face, which is so funny. Oh yeah, with that perspective, yeah, let's move you up a few places. That's great. Yeah, fun Pokemon. I love Sudowoodo. Politoed. It's such a bizarre side evolution from Poliwag and Poliwhirl, but I like it a lot more than those two Pokemon. Like, Poliwag and Poliwhirl feel too over-centralized around the spiral design, whereas this one more naturally integrates it into its design. Acts as a leader to Poliwag and Poliwhirl. Interesting, okay. Let me see some Pokedex entries. I spend a croak and go back immediately. Here it's Echoing Cry. So it evolves off of a King's Rock and it becomes a leader of Poliwhirls. That's kind of fun. That's kind of fun. It is just a frog, but it's a very adorable frog. Like, this is a very expressive friend. Yeah, you know what? I'll put this up here. Like, it's just so full of personality. I kind of love it. Somewhere right here, maybe? Nah, I like it more than Ariados. Not quite as much as Common Rider Ladybug, but, like, it's great. It's fun. Yeah, I feel good about that. Hoppip! Oh, Hoppip's great. This is a fantastic grass-type Pokemon. Because, like, it's clearly some kind of creature, but also with weird, like, you know those rotating leaves that will just fly through the air? It just has those on its back and it becomes a helicopter for some reason. It's hilarious. I love Hoppip. Easy S tier. Very bizarre evolutions, though. Skiploom kind of has the same thing going for it, but as in a completely different, like, color direction, and also the flower on its back doesn't seem to really naturally grow from Hoppip's leaves. Let me see, the one on top of its head opens and closes, the temperature fluctuates. Yeah, it's a flower. And then Jumpluff is just, okay, well, that same idea, but it's a balloon with the cotton. Those little dandelion fluffs. Like, all of them are good, but they feel less an evolutionary line and more about singular Pokemon based off of the same idea. It's based on the life cycle of cottonweeds or whatever, but the oh, is it? Oh, wait, yeah! Duh! Yeah, going from the leaves to the flowering to the... Oh yeah, I'm just an idiot, sorry. Sorry to notice the trend of with grass types Duke likes, make a creature put a plant on top of it and work from there. I mean, yeah, it's a good way of integrating that kind of Pokemon design philosophy. It's like the easiest way to do that, in fact. Okay, here's a creature, here's a plant, they grow together. Okay, I need to see... Give me a... I have a dandelion. The only thing that's giving me pause is just the random color changes now. Which I think is fine. They're all fun. You know, I'm thinking too hard about this. I think they're all still pretty good. Put you right here. I think Hoppip's design just speaks to me more. Jumpliff. Here-ish. Like, I still think it's a very solid design. That's the guy you put on. Like how these grass Pokemon are more than just a plant with eyes. Yeah. That's something I criticized with the Oddish line earlier. Like the Oddish to Vileplume does nothing with, like, actually being a creature. It's just a plant getting bigger. But these ones, they're different. They're fun. Kind of gets a bit old for me, but that's mostly because Hoppip isn't the kind of mon that appeals to me personally with the whole mascot cutie-esque approach, but that's just me. I can see that. I just think they're a very solid build off of what what I personally like about Pokemon designs. Okay, now that I've got a bit of context, I think we're going to move Meganium down a little bit, like maybe here-ish. I still think you're good, Meganium, but, like, these Pokemon are speaking to me more. I like Zato more than you. I like Sudowoodo more than you, too, actually. I think I might have just put Meganium at the tippy top just because it's big, and it's a satisfying third stage starter evolution. But it could be more. It could be more. Here, maybe? I'm not dropping it out of S tier. But I think it's on the lower end now. Now that I'm seeing more Pokemon with, like, more interesting designs and ideas. This is kind of just building off of the same ideas that Venusaur had, but just not quite getting to the same heights. Am I giving Skiploom enough credit? I think it's up here. No. There? Something like that. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Apom was next, right? It's the monkey. It's got a hand on its tail. That's the design. You had the idea, you did it. I believe this is based off of... Yeah. There's an Aztec creature with a human hand on its tail, which is neat. You definitely get the idea looking at it of, like, oh yeah, this is a mischievous little friend. But I'm not fond of the expression. This is another one of those Pokemon where the way its baseline design is kind of locks its facial features into a specific personality, which I'm just not very fond of. Let me see if I can find some anime images that give me better context. Like, is this a creature capable of... Oh god, the Detective Pikachu ones. These things are scary. Just straight up. It's always grinning. It's frowning. It's gotta have its face like this all the damn time. Almost like it's wearing a mask. Sounds like a fun Smash character. Yo! You know, you're not wrong there. It'd be a weird choice, but yeah, there's something to work off there. It's got that same kind of lockjaw problem I have with Raticate, but not nearly as bad. I definitely don't feel negatively for it. And like, there's a fun idea there at the same time. Dude has misty face. That's a good way of putting it. Just don't get the old sprites. What was the old sprite on that? 1 second. Sprites. Oh, God. Oh, it's just staring into your soul. Yeah, I think there's an idea there, but I wish something more was done with it. The face of my Apel might actually have a better moveset design than me. I think somewhere around here. Well, but it's also kind of fun. But it's just unsettling. But is the unsettling bad is the thing? Maybe come back to that one. Who is it that was talking about having plants that are just... Okay, it's a plant with a face. Here's just a plant with a face. 2 of them, actually. Like, Sunkern's just a seed. Like, I'd rank this the same way I'd rank, like, a cocoon. It's kind of neat how... get the idea that... does its little leaves spin like a helicopter? Am I remembering this correctly, or is that something else? There's a lot of... To be fair, there's a lot of Pokemon like that. It's such a simplistic Pokemon. I think I'd put it like... But, like, it's still cute. It's still fun. Something like this. I feel like Apom has a lot of ideas, but none of them are really, like, explored other than, I guess, the tail. Yeah, I agree with that. Now, I don't feel good about it in being in B tier. That feels better. Yes, okay. And then Sunkern. I kind of feel like, not to the same extent, but kind of Caterpie vibes. Like, it's taking that sort of, like, nurturing kind of inspiration, like you see this little animal and you want to protect it, but this is literally a seed that you want to help grow. And that's not really done much elsewhere in Pokemon, despite how many creatures grow into just flat-out plants. At least not until later generations. So, like, I'll give this one a pass. Like, it is just a plant. Where did I put, like, other ones similar to it? Give me something to... Yeah, it's somewhere in B tier. Okay, yeah, I'll fill that. Something like... there? Yeah, something like there. It's fine. It's fine. Feel like Sunflora line are an unfortunate result of Gen 2's more it exists approach to designs, at least out of its weakest. I can definitely see that looking at these. A lot of these I feel like could be taken so much further than what their ambition is trying to go for. I think they were too afraid to maybe too afraid to step outside of Generation 1's shadow, so they undercommitted and tried to just kind of fit between the cracks of what Generation 1 had, rather than striking out to an entirely different new region with new creature variants. Now, then maybe they kind of started trying to overcommit from there and onwards, which kind of just caused the spiral that created what I don't like about Pokemon moving forward. I don't know. Sunflora. Yeah, I agree. It could be so much more. I saw someone making a argument about Sunflora. Where was that? A Sunflora evolution should be grass psychic. Here's why. A Sunflora evolution should incorporate sun worship and sun gazing into its design. Not only is a flower worshipping the sun, it just makes sense. A sunflower growing so tall it sends to heaven just encapsulates the idea perfectly. I do love that idea. That's really fun. That's a big issue with Johto as a whole, even outside of the Pokedex. It feels like it's too afraid of... Yeah, I'm getting the vibe. I'm getting the vibe. For sure. Sunflora. I at least feel more strongly about its design than the Chikorita line. Like, it still kind of gives off this kind of fake creature Disney Fantasia song of like, oh yeah, the flowers have come to life, and like, look at all these little fake creatures dancing around. But it's like the bare minimum with that idea. PVZ Sunflower superiority. Is it bad if I feel like the PVZ Sunflower would just be a better... Nah, probably not. Well, as a Pokemon, yeah, maybe. Something that survives by growing other plants around it. Like, that could be... What is Sunflora's Pokedex entries, actually? Like, what? Give me some more. Convert sunlight into energy. Rest of it in hectic matter. Can we stop when the sun sets? No, yep, it's sure is a flower. Definitely a flower. Wow, is this a flower. The floweriest flower that ever did flower. I'll give Chikorita more credit then. It's just plant. Like, it's a functional design for a plant, but it's just plant. You know, I think I actually like the seed more. I think the seed gives more of a fun idea, fun personality. I'm kind of excited to see what this little plant grew into, but then it's literally just a flower. Does Sunflora have a tongue? I guess, yeah, it looks like it. At least in that picture right there. No, it's just kind of there. I might even drop it down to here. Doesn't really offend me, but it's just kind of there. Oh gosh, Yanma, I love dragonflies so much. Dragonflies are so cool, some of my favorite animals. This is just a dragonfly. It kind of has a little bit of like a biplane vibe to it going, with like the flight goggles and the little rudder-like tail. Is it Pokedex entries? Oh, that's fun. It flaps its wings really fast, can generate shockwaves that will shatter windows in the area. Does dragonfly wings with it? Dragonfly things with its wings. But, like, it's just Dragonfly. Definitely benefit... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yanmega is so cool. The shiny... I don't actually know what a shiny Yanma looks like. What does a shiny Yanma look like? That's a really good shiny. Look at that thing. Oh, that is such a nice color. Oh, I love that. Okay, forgive me for the tangent, but I just want to see what a shiny Yanmega looks like. Oh, that's so much cooler. Oh! Oh, that's good! God damn! Yeah, Yanmega is one I've always loved. But Yanma, it's kind of always been just like, okay, this is the Pokemon I need to get through to get to Yanma. It's still, well, maybe I'm being too harsh on it. It's still fun. It's still expressive. I like it more than Spinarak, at least. I like it more than Leddyba. If I was ranking it just off of the Gen 2 design and where it was just a single evolution, that would definitely drop it for me. But yeah, it's still fun. It's still a fun friend. I like it. Like, maybe put it up here. Maybe next to Noctowl? I don't... It definitely doesn't beat Noctowl. Here. Yeah, we'll go there. We'll go there. Gen 4 Pokemon designs were peak. I might agree. Yeah. That's the one generation that I feel like, okay, yeah, this was the return to form that I needed, that I really wanted from the series. But we'll see when we get there. Whooper. Lilek's old friend. Look at this little guy. He's so cute. Such an odd... Oh, and the Chinese albino? Oh, I love that! Like it's grown up in a cave? That's so good! How it bounces around is it's just it's such a little friend. And I really like how it actually like tries to have both the mix of water and ground there. Like both it and Quagsire like actually have like the baked in like kind of shovel like tail that you can use to like slap mud at people. Like this is like the mud slap Pokemon, right? Is that enough to justify it being S tier, though? What other Pokemon have I put in S tier that kind of fall into that category? I don't think... well, but it's such a fun little combo of salamanders of... It's like either right at the top... Okay, let's just start putting it next to things. Oh, but its expression is also so fun. It's such a great little guy. I definitely like it more than Skiploom. I like it more than Meganium. Don't think it beats Blossom for me. Like, it's a very simple design. I don't think you can quite get into the top echelons of Gen 2's designs, but it's so expressive. It's so cute. This is a Pokemon almost over any others that you just want to raise. Like, look at these little faces! I know it's a Paldean one, but, like, it's the same face. If you found one of these, you would just want to take care of it, which is what you want from a starter evolution kind of... an initial evolution kind of deal. And then Quagsire is just the biggest of friends. I like how it takes a giant salamander, creatures that are absolutely terrifying if you see them in movement, and just turns it into the most adorable, stupid creature you've ever seen. Again, it's so simplistic. But it works with that. Yeah, like Jumping Fool says, they make the most out of Johto's appeal of funny, simple face syndrome. Definitely agree with you, Gubsy, that it being a meme has made people think it's way better than it is. But at the same time, I think its design absolutely helped it become a meme. Yes! That's it! Potted Plant. Dopey Labrador energy. It gives you that kind of just... It's a perfect pet kind of deal. I do think Whooper is better. Like, if Quagsire kept, like, the axolotl little frills... Well, then again, it wouldn't look so stupid. Let me start putting things around. Let me see Pokedex entries. Easy going nature also bumps into boat hills. It bumps down boulders and boats. Is it a manatee? That is... When Quagsire hunts for food, by leaving its mouth wide open in water and waiting for its prey to blunder in unaware. That's really fun. It gives me kind of Slowbro vibes. Just this dim-witted, going with the vibes, hippie salamander. Ah, yeah, with the Pokedex. Okay, this is important. I need to see Whoopers now. Go on, this is memorize a spare hand. Nah, that's not as fun. Okay. Oh, but it is. This is such a weird Pokemon to rank. Where did I put Slowbro? Oh yeah, right at the top. I don't think it beats Mareep for me. I love the idea behind the static electricity of Mareep with its wool a lot more. But I'll put it up. Yeah, okay, there we go. Gen 2's designers have said in interviews that the design philosophy for the whole region was that the anime was struggling to animate super complex designs, so they made things as simple... No, yeah, you can see that. Gosh, I wish Pokemon could just exist as a game and grow as a game. The fact that it's tied to so many different things like that has... Like, obviously, fun things have arisen from that, but... Its entire franchise's growth is just being pulled in so many different directions that it just can't really move. Translates the gameplay with abilities on... Does it actually have Unaware? Hold on. This... That's pretty good, too. Alright. Espeon and Umbreon. Both of the added Eeveelutions. This was a hard one for me to rank. Because, like, on one hand, like, it's obviously an Eevee that's become just psychic. But how do I... Where did I put the other ones? Eevee's S... Does the Persian thing, but better. I do love the two tails as well. I'm debating between S and A. Because I do kind of feel like it could do more. But at the same time, to do more, you might have to step on design areas that is already covered by, like, Ninetales or Golduck or Persian. I think Espeon is just here for me. Like, it's still good, but I think that inherent just elemental evolution line that was introduced with Eevee just isn't as engaging with elements like Psychic type. Like, I'd want this to look more alien from Eevee, if that makes any sense. Like, it's not giving me enough Abra Chinchou not Chinchou. What's the other psychic we talked about? Oh yeah, Xatu. Like Abra Xatu vibes. I'm just like, okay, the Eevee's gotten a little weird. It gets part of the way there, but I want a little bit more, if that makes any sense. Feels unnatural without overstepping the mark, and I commend that. I can see that, but maybe if it was just something as simple as, like, maybe having a third eye. I don't know, I want one more step. I kind of want to overstep the mark just a little bit. I absolutely agree, Dr. Zeus. Like, they're all still good. Like, I don't think I'm going to rank any Eeveelution below A tier. Maybe Leafeon gets high B just because I think the leaves are a little haphazard. But even then, like, they're all good. Maybe it lose the hair under its ears? Maybe. Or maybe if it was, like, go the other direction, make it more pronounced. Like, make its entire ears way fluffier. I don't know. Or make it have no hair like the bald cat memes. This is the second time I've said improve a mod by giving it a third eye after game. That's because giving them extra eyes is a really good way to make them more unsettling. Like, I want more of it. Is that so wrong? Yeah, I'm feeling this placement. Umbreon is kind of the same deal. Nah, not even the same deal. I think this one's a little bit worse. It's the dark type. Why is it the dark type? It is black. It has circles. Is there any, like, mythological origins? Like, yeah, Black Cat, sure, but... Ooh, okay. Oh, here we go. The rings on Umbreon's body resemble Egyptian lunar markings and jewelry that has been associated with animal sculptures, such as cat statues of the Egyptian goddess Bastet. Okay. That's something there. Give it some kind of lunar ties there. I'd say Umbreon. No, yeah, I definitely agree that it's worse than Espeon. Like, it's a more, like, inherently appealing Pokemon to me. I think that might be just flat-out color choice. Which says a lot about their design, that a huge part of the appeal to me is dumbed down to color, because there's not much else to them. Proportions aren't really sold as the sleek nocturnal one. I mean, kind of. I feel like a better pose would do it a lot of justice. Like, if it was a lot lower to the ground. I'm not gonna grab images. Everybody knows what an Umbreon looks like. Yeah, like, that's better. That's better. See that? I mean, I think it's another Pokemon that could be taken a lot further. Actually, no, it's still serviceable, and it's still maybe kind of carried by just the connection to Eevee, and just how fun it is to have these creatures evolve in so many different ways. Like, I do think it gets to share a little bit of that pie with its design. Gosh, am I gonna rank Umbreon B tier? It's supposed to be poison? Really? You can see the Pokedex and poison. It was supposed to be a poison type originally. That's interesting. Huh. Okay. You always found Umbreon and Espeon's lack of fluff jarring? I can see that, yeah. I think I might actually leave Umbreon here. Now that feels fine. Maybe I'll give it a little more credit later, but yeah, I do kind of feel that for, like, the introduction to the dark type, I'll also give credit. Yeah, exactly. Just as soon as I say that, I will also give credit to Umbreon existing just to showcase the cool new dark type. I might agree with that if they didn't have, like, the coolest dark type later with Houndoom, but we'll get to that in a moment. Murkrow. Murkrow's always felt a little on the nose to me. Like, it's not just a crest that looks like a witch's hat, it's literally a witch hat. That said, though, it's a very appealing design. Like, crows are just great in general. Tying that to that sort of kind of thief vibe is obvious and fun. Tail also resembles the... right? But I even... If you think that's bad, have you seen Murkrow's beta sprite? No, but I'm curious now. It's not here. Come on, where's the sprite? It's always in one of these. No? Maybe on the images? Okay, give me just a second. You've piqued my curiosity now. Now I gotta know. Murkrow beta sprite. Oh my god! No? Yeah? You're not wrong. That is so on the nose. That's funny. I agree with you, Zenpaka. Murkrow is too on the nose, but it also isn't a bad design. Like, I could never put it up in the highest of echelons. Like, if it was more subtle, I'd be looking at maybe even S tier. As it stands, I feel okay. It's still fun, is the thing. Like, it's heavy-handed, but it's not to the point of overriding anything else the Pokemon has going for it. Get back to Bulbapedia with this. Oh, so look at these sprites especially. Like, it's so mischievous. It's hard not to like it. I might like it more than Noctowl. No, I don't. I think I like it more than Yanma, either. Yeah, this feels about right. It loses points, but not many points. Just a few, just a few. It's a very good gothic-loving mod. Yeah, I agree. Oh, yo, Slowking. Like, Slowking, that's an easy one. The entire Slowbro line is so fun. I love being able to take this design and throwing it in a new direction of, like, okay, what if this parasitic relationship became more symbiotic and actually became more intelligent? How to make Murkrow's design less subtle? I just do something as simple as making the hat a little just less pronounced. Make it more of a crest rather than, okay, yeah, but it's literally just wearing a hat. Just make it 70% of the hat it is right now, and we're good. But yeah, it's hard for me to dislike anything about the initial Slowbro line is so solid. And this is just another incredible entry on that. Let me see Pokedex entries. Yeah, just changing the area that it gets bitten and injecting its toxins directly into its brain and becoming just a genius because of that. That's so funny. That's so good. I think I even like that more than Sudowoodo. It's just a fun design. Also, it's like so charismatic. Like, you can feel like this thing's a leader. Look at that pose. Look at that regal-ass pose. It's so good. Love that in Oranguro's Dex entry, it states it goes to the beach to match wits with Slowking. It's just two old guys playing chess at the park energy. Such a good design. Alright. Oh, I love Mr. Eevees. This is such a great, like, Banshee Spirit Ghost kind of deal. What's it called? Not what I was thinking of, but yeah. This is kind of what I was talking about when I felt like just the initial ghosts are just a little too lacking in detail. Because once you add a little more personality to ghosts, they get so much personality. I think this is something like this here-ish. Like, it's such a good ghost type Pokemon. Give me some Pokedex entries. Ghost type Pokedex entries are always so fun. Likes playing tricks, is screaming and wailing to startle people at night, loves to bite and yank people's hair from behind just to see their reactions. Frightens people with a creepy sobbing cry? It's just like scaring people. Gathers fears at its entry. It's fun. This series had a moment where it got an intense, scary face and being an S tier for me. Otherwise, I just feel more expressiveness towards the OG Ghosts. I feel like the OG Ghosts are better templates for expressiveness. Give me some images of just sprites and things. Just like, look how unsettling that is, though. It's so good. The weird kind of highlights on its hair make it look like it's almost on fire. While also still being just absolutely adorable. I do love the identity of Miss Eeveelutions being the kind of trick-or-treat kid in Halloween. Miss Magus being the adult that masters spookiness in the vein of a sorceress. That's a good choice. Good point. Ghost-type Dex entries tend to be traumatizing. Absolutely agree. Yeah. Am I going to rank each letter? What? Oh, unknowns. Probably not. Yeah, I think I'll leave Mischievous there. That feels good to me. I don't know how to rank Unknown. Unknown's such a weird Pokemon. Just being the hieroglyphic Pokemon. I do like the mythological ties with things like this. Like kind of what I was talking about earlier, if a Pokemon is designed in a way that it feels like it actually inspired human civilization. Was this the thing that inspired writing? Most because they do literally nothing with Unknown. It is kind of odd how it was such a big deal in the first place, and just not really touched. Like, how is that not the easiest puzzle to have in every game? Just have Unknown spelling out, like, various puzzle solutions. Is that too many sprites to animate at once? I don't know. Like, I do like things like this. We kind of see them built, in, like, drawn in the way of hieroglyphics. Like, it is a fun way to have a unique language for a game. Like, I don't want to discount that. In terms of unique, like, Hylian Bionicle letters, that kind of deal. Like, this is one of the more enjoyable, like, we're gonna make our own alphabet for a game, because it's literally a living alphabet. You know, yeah, I'll give it credit for that. That's fun. It's just completely useless from a gameplay perspective. Yeah, I feel good about that. I know it's kind of a letdown. It's so strange, but you kind of get the feeling it's hiding something, and then it's just the alphabet with an I. That's based on the ash and the shapes of the people who died instantly after. Do you have... I'm gonna ask... I have to ask for a source on that one. It's like in the... Writing... Yeah, I ain't seeing any... Atom Bomb inspirations for this one. Like, that's fascinating, if so. Oh, right, I saw Hidden Power for a second. These were like the... just the hidden power examples. Like, oh yeah, what mystery do these have? They have this weird hidden power. Can you figure out how to use that? And you require, like, one of the most complex mathematical equations to figure them out. You know, I'll drop them a little bit. For such an odd Pokemon, I wish there was more of a cooler payoff for what their mystery is trying to put forward. Yeah, B tier. We'll do B tier for them. Too bad they gave hidden power to every... Yeah, it's not even unique to them anymore, so the mystery part of them is just gone as well. I'm not putting this over the crocodile. The crocodile is cooler. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Might need to do some rearranging in a minute. Now I've gained some context. But yeah, I know it's just an odd one. Wobbuffet. Okay, I need to remember the Pokedex for me, because I believe... it's just the punching bag Pokemon where if you hit it, it hits back. That's hilarious. Just wanted to remember if it was... Because correct me if I'm wrong, I think the actual Pokemon is, like, inside of its body. Like, this is the actual... These are, like, literally the eyes. And it will literally inflate this body to protect itself. Am I remembering that correctly? Or is that more just a theory based off of how the Pokedex entries are written? Regardless, it's just a funny design. I love this guy. Gives similar Sudowoodo vibes. Just on one hand being a hilariously expressive Pokemon, but on the other just being completely designed as this counter-attack Pokemon. Like Wobbuffet, I don't see how it's a punch. Have you never seen those kind of punching bags? You hit them, and then they go backwards, and they go straight back up and hit you? That's absolutely a thing. It's just a fan theory, it's never been confirmed. Okay. Regardless, either way, it's still so fun. Just realized another issue with JoJo's decks is a lot of these monsters do a great job of being novelties, but that's kind of it, just novelties. That's a fair point. Like, you can see that especially with the unknowns. Like, there's an idea there, but they just kind of settle with the idea. Might be because of how rushed Generation 2 was. They didn't have enough time to really extrapolate on a lot of these things. Tail being the creature is super old game theory. Okay. Regardless, it's still an S tier. Wobbuffet's so funny. One of the few cases where I will take gameplay into consideration, because the combination of... What's its ability? I believe Shadow Tag is the one, right? Yeah. Just being like, okay, yeah, you're stuck with me, and I'm just gonna counterattack every single thing you do. It's so funny it is a design. Just completely the anti-Nuzlocke Pokemon. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, that. It's not a boxing type Pokemon. No, that's Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee's the punching bag for boxers that just sprouted legs and started kicking people. This is more for fun. Kind of almost cartoony punching bag sort of deals. Oh, Giraffe Rig. This one's such a bizarre little one-off up until Generation 9. But I kind of adore it. What's the... I cannot remember. I know that kind of... The mouth thingamabobber is based off of an actual, like, common depiction. That's why you see things like this in this shape a lot. Oh my gosh! I never realized. I just read it, but it's totally a palindrome. It's the same backwards. How have I never noticed that? Gosh, I feel dumb. But it is kind of just a fun design of, like, yeah, it's a giraffe, but it's got a head in both directions. Like, it's never a Pokemon that I would use. But, like, as a design, I think it's fun. How'd I just realize that? I've never played a Generation 2 game. I've never used these Pokemon. Weirdly, this is the generation I know the least about. I've only the faintest of knowledge over most of these. Tail has a small brain of its own. Beware, if you get close, it may wreck your sentient bites. You're like, this is just fun. It's a fun design. It's just a giraffe, but it also has a second creature kind of just attached to it that'll just lash out at anything nearby. That's fun. Do I feel S tier though? Because in Japan, a giraffe palindrome is apparently a joke there, so it's literally a joke mon? Highly recommend looking up a list of the beta designs. It's the giraffe array. Let me see. Gen 2 beta designs. I'm seeing a couple of them, but nothing for giraffe rig. Yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about that. We're ranking what they are now, not what they could have been. I mean, giraffe rig doesn't do anything wrong. This is true. This is true. What is holding it back for me? Is it just kind of it's so out there? Is it the white coloration just feeling a little bit haphazard? Is it a little too heavily leaning on the joke? Oh, I think I saw that actually down here. Yeah, right there. Original Draft Rig was literally just the same thing but I will say that's not as fun. I think this design being more kind of mirrored between, oh yeah, the front half is so friendly, but the other half is going to bite you. I think that's more enjoyable. I do agree with Jigs saying that it should have been Psychic Dark to help reflect the two heads. Can I put you above Pichu? Does that feel okay? Yes. Can I put you above Skiploom? Does that feel okay? Yes. Huh. Okay, Giraffe Rig. I wasn't expecting that, but yeah. I'll give you an S tier. You're fun. Probably lost in translation cultural difference as the giraffe palindrome is more of a joke in Japanese, apparently. Alright. Regardless, I still think it's a fun design. Ironically, I think the evolution it eventually got takes away from its charm tremendously. Like, this just kinda... Like, I get it, but you also kind of lost the point. Like, imagine this same kind of body setup, but instead of being just hooked around its head, the tail was like some kind of scorpion tail kind of thing. Or like an apalm tail, just with the head. Like, it's just a chain chomp coming out of its butt. That would have been hilarious. I don't know. I keep closing the tab of Bulbapedia and having to get it back. One second. What was next? Pineco. It's just a pinecone. You're right. That's probably lower, actually. On one hand, I can kind of see the kind of, for lack of a better term, mindless appeal. I was just like, oh yeah, you shook the tree and it fell on your head. Bop. But like, it's just kind of there. Guess you're a fan of the two halves become a whole? Fair enough, fair enough. Although I feel like if they're gonna do that, they gotta drop the palindrome. Kind of both sides. You gotta commit one way or the other. Yeah, where was it with Pineco? Like, it doesn't offend me, but it's just a pine cone with eyes. Is it bat? Oh! What's a bagworm? Is this not actually a pine cone? What? What? Oh! Okay. Huh. Oh, that's why it's bug type. I always think this thing's grass type for obvious reasons. But no, it's more kind of just... Okay. That's a little more fun. I'll definitely at least put you above some flora, then. It's a bug type for a reason. Look, I don't know these Pokemon. I don't care about Gen 2. I've never played one of these games. I care about the ones that evolved from my Gen 1 mons, and a couple of them that got Mega Evolutions that caught my eye. For the most part, this is the most I've thought about a lot of these Pokemon. It's why Fortress is a bug steal, because it's... That's fun. Okay. Oh, okay. You're starting to sell me on this. Can I see some other images of this thing? I just want to see if it's... can emote anymore. Well, whenever I see these types of creatures, I kind of wish there was something to better belie what is underneath whatever kind of shell they have. I compare Tangela in a similar way to that. Like, I want a little more... Maybe just a spindly arm that'll shoot out and grab something and add it to itself. I think I'll put it up to here, though. Something like this. Like, it could do more, but you guys are selling me on the design a lot more. Can't emote because it's hiding in its shell? That's no excuse. You'd absolutely emote, even if you're kind of heavily closed off. Don't expect to ever see what the worm looks like. It's a Diglett situation where... I don't like those situations, though. Like, I feel like that's weaker designs. I think a good example of that is Mimikyu. As a good way of doing it, because it gives you just enough information to imagine what could be underneath the little hood, but it just never shows it. So it piques your interest, but it doesn't give away its cards. This doesn't give you enough to work off of in the first place. Which is why for things like this or Tangela, I just want more from it. Has the same vibe as the Sudowoodo joke to me, but it made the same joke twice, so it's not as funny. I guess. Oh yeah, wasn't Gen 2 when they introduced berries, and this would fall out of trees onto your head? Correct me if I'm wrong. Where's where it says... Headbutt... Yeah. Also kind of funny. Yeah, but it doesn't do enough. I'm good with where it is. But building that design into Fortress, taking that bagworm kind of deal that you guys have been describing and being like, okay, this has created so much from its environment that's actually built itself a metal fortress that's got cannons that shoot out of it. With that context, I kind of love that. Again, I wish there was a little bit more to, like... give an idea of what the actual bug that's firing off things from inside of this heavy carapace is, but that's a lot more fun. Gosh, I've never heard of bagworms before. This is fascinating. With that kind of context? Like, not to the same extent, but it gives me Blastoise vibes of just being like, okay, yeah, you just attached cannons to this real-life creature, and that's kind of just fun. Never understood this thing's color palette. That's... I wonder if there is an explanation for it. Shield, steel... It's got a piece of its hard shell to drive its opponents away. Is it supposed to be rusted? No, it doesn't really seem like it. It fires the fragments of a shell, steel shell. No. Give me origins. Fused with a bagworm, whether it's a shell of a chestnut or walnut, following Pineco's weaponry theme, fortress seems to be built off of... I mean, yeah, it's cannons. Would I want to see Fortress to go further and see a tiny bug manning a tiny fortress? I think what would sell it for me is if legs could sprout out of the cannons and walk around, kind of like a daddy long leg kind of deal. But that, which would then retract into the, almost like turtle-ish, if that makes any sense. I don't know, I need to know more about how bagworm moths actually interact, because this whole just creating a natural cocoon around you is cool, and embellishing on that to a point of like, okay, yeah, it's actually gathering like actual hardened steel is hilarious. I think I'm feeling about maybe bottom of A-ish. I do love the idea that it's presenting. It's kind of what we've been discussing a lot of. Gen 2 throws out a lot of ideas, but it doesn't really go much further than that. It doesn't embellish on them. It's just like, oh yeah, here's the thing. Goodbye. Would sell it for me if it had to... Yeah, that's a good way of doing it! If it had damage animation where it popped open for a second and it had to collect itself. That'd be hilarious! What? Yeah, I'm feeling that. I think Wormadon did it a bit better only on the bagworm side, otherwise it's more boring. I could see that. I think Wormadon is just kind of hideous. Like, aesthetically. But from that idea of being a bagworm gathering materials to create a cocoon, I will agree, yeah. What is it? What is the thing? It's clearly a bagworm that has gathered hardened shells around it and created itself a miniature steel fortress. What's so hard to understand about that? I'd imagine the Titan Dweevil as an idea fortress could take it. Yeah. Like, it's a fun idea, but like, you could just do so much more with it. Maybe make it so it's like a... Have kind of maybe an execute kind of lifestyle to it. Like a bunch of Pinacos come together and actually build a fortress together. It's multiple bugs hiding in the same tank. You can maybe make Fortress something that's built off of the bodies of multiple Pinacos and you can see that. I don't know. There's room to grow there. But it's still a fun baseline idea and I'll give it credit for that. Dunsparce. Dunsparce is such a stupid design, but that's what it's supposed to be. And I kind of love it for that. Like, it's just kind of useless. But That's so funny! Even his Pokedex entries are... It can fly. Just a little, though. It's all about running away and just how it can kind of do things, but not very well. Can we talk about the insult as, no, Dun Sparse is perfect. What are you talking about? That's so funny. Where do I even put... Where did I put Diglett? Low B. I do feel like Dunsparce is a little bit more of, like, an actual creature. Do wish it played more into the Tsuchinoko myth of being a super fast snake instead of the joke being that super encounter rate is super low. Super low. I can see that. At the same time, though, taking that idea and just making it so it just runs away really quickly. It's kind of funny. I will say, I've never been fond of outright drills on Pokemon. That's all. That never looks right to me. Would I give Dunsparce a baby Pokemon or an evolution of Dunsparce? If it was a baby Pokemon, I would give it just so it's its head with little wings, and that's the Pokemon. If I gave it a Dunsparce evolution, it would just be more segments. Like that they've created the joke now, they gotta stick to it. If you appreciate the being a joke, you'll love it. If you wished it was more than Yama bits. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. The best kind of jokes are the ones that have some substance behind it, and this one doesn't really have much substance. But it's still fun. I think I'll put it around here. This feels good. Yeah, somewhere around here, I enjoy it more than I dislike it, but I'm not gonna put it into to the higher echelons of the tiers. It got a chuckle out of me. It succeeded at what it was trying to do. Gligar's interesting. Kind of this weird D&D imp kind of creature. Like crab arms and a scorpion tail. It's bizarre, but I kind of adore it for that. It does feel a little discombobulated, but yeah, it's just kind of a very odd design, but it's fun. Last rate starts when it claps down at the start of a victim to inject poison. It usually clings to cliffs. When it spots its prey, it swings or glides down to attack. And this weird kind of almost precursor to Impidimp doesn't work for you as a single stage. I definitely agree with that. It needs Gliscor to not feel completely useless. It's kind of in that Yanma situation where the design's kind of fun. I'm never fond of like putting human tongues on Pokemon. Like I know there's a couple of animals that have human-like tongues, but it always looks weird to me. Knowing Gliscor exists, yep, 100%. It's one of few... Wait, I need to make sure it actually is the type. It's not a poison type. Never mind. I was about to say it's one of the few poison types that looks like it is one, but it's not one. It is weird as a ground flying. Like, where is the ground here? But yeah, somewhere maybe... High B, low A, maybe even? No, I don't think it's quite that high. No, well, Feels like another Jodamon that was made because A, it's neat, but like it actually feels like it has some substance to it. It's got some complexity. Do I like him more than... It almost feels more like a Dragon Quest enemy, more so than a Pokemon, which is kind of giving it this odd vibe to me. Like, this feels more like the henchman in an RPG villain's army over an actual creature you'll encounter in the wild. I don't like it more than Aphros, I don't. I'll go back to B, compare it. I'm not putting it over Yanma. I think Yanma's more fun. I think Murkrow's a little more solid. This feels good. Yeah, this feels good. This feels good. Tells me, hey, there should be more to this. Yeah, there's a lot of... There's not as many Pokemon in this generation. Well, actually, taking the generation on its own, there's a lot of Pokemon like that, because a lot of these didn't get evolutions until later on. But it has at least kind of gotten away from that 2 evolution curse that affected a lot of the Gen 1 Pokemons, where you just had a Pokemon evolve, and you'd be like, okay, what does it evolve into next? Is that it? Oh, that's the last one. Okay. Gligar Slider Search Yourself. It's still on the left side of the tier list. It's on the it's doing good. B is a perfectly serviceable grade. Come on. Oh god, Steelix is so cool. What an evolution for Onix. Giant Rock Snake becomes a gigantic steel behemoth of a creature. Got a huge, like, shovel-like mouth that you can use to dig and burrow. That's so cool. Never actually read Steelix's Pokédex entries. Its body has become compressed deep under the ground. As a result, is even harder than a diamond. Like, this really gives the vibe of just this gigantic creature beneath the surface, burrowing through. Kind of that purple worm-esque Dune sandworm fear of like, oh gosh, the ground's shaking, where's the monster coming from? Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It's just cool. Steelix is kind of what I wanted more out of Onix, making it more intimidating. I like the rotating segments on its body, making it look like it's a drill through the ground. It drill through the ground without giving it a drill. Yeah, I think that's a much better way of doing that, because a drill-like structure on any living organism just always feels odd to me. Like, how does that even work? But having this sort of like rotating kind of segmentation to it kind of gets it into that weird kind of Magnemite area where Pokemon are somehow... It feels more evolved into rather than just a literal, okay, we gave the thing a drill, because that's how we burrow through the ground. In the manga, they revealed Steelix by having it string and glue rocks all over it and pretending it was still an onyx. That's great. Oh yeah, and this Mega Evolution is fantastic. We'll get to that one at a later date. Do I feel even stronger about it? It is a very cool design. Where did I put Gyarados? I had similar vibes. Like, it's so cool, but it doesn't hit that point of being... What's holding me back? There is something holding me back that's kind of wanting me to put it down further. 1 second. Might be a case... You know what? It's the teeth. The teeth weird me out a little bit. Just having this weird alternation. Like, I get what it's going for. But it feels so wrong to put it any lower. It's so cool, though. Oh yeah, the gold shiny is fantastic. Those teeth did totally sell it when using a move called Crunch. I mean, true, but any type of biting move with like Pokemon with a jaw like that is going to hurt. I kind of wish that its inner jaw had the same design as its outer jaw. Like, hold on, can I zoom in on this a little bit? Like, if this crisscrossing just went all the way across and that the same thing was going on with its inner jaw, I think it'll look a little bit cooler, in my opinion. It looks just a little too 70-year-old just lost half its teeth. But even then, that only bumps it down to me for, like, I don't know, here? It's still so cool. Yeah, I feel better about that. Maybe beneath. No, the answer here is just to do this. There we go. There we go. I like the ideas of everything above this over Steelix, but Steelix is just... God damn, what a good evolution for Onix. Snubble. Oh, God. The weird dog with a dress. I've never understood this Pokemon. And I don't understand the Pokedex entries either, although it looks frightening. In what universe is a Snubble frightening? It's bright pink. It looks like it's wearing a nightgown. Why? Because it looks like a bulldog? Bulldogs aren't that frightening. Why not get a spooky dog and make it pink? Like, a Grand Bull I can understand, because its jaw is massive. I don't know, this one's always been an odd one for me. Is there like a yokai origin for this that explains it better? As an English bulldog, oh yeah, duh. Like goblins and orcs. Sure, I guess. I mean, it has intimidate, but why though? Oh no, it's got slanted eyes. I'm terrified. Snubbull was originally going to be a mythical Pokemon like Mew and Celebi. They changed it later, like the manga still treats it like that. If that's true, that's hilarious. You have Mew, Celebi, and just pink Bulldog. I think this is another just... It's not quite frustration for me. Well... What are some other Pokemon put in frustration? Is there any others that I feel kind of nothing towards? Yeah, I don't like it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of a better way to articulate that, but I just don't like it. This weird anthropomorphic dog wearing a nightgown that it seems to apparently be scary, but like, you're not selling me on the design. Granbull, I understand a lot more. Those fangs are terrifying. But again, it's such a bizarre... To go from this, from Snubbull to Granbull, oh, it lost its nightgown, it's naked now, and it's angry. Guard dogs, explaining thick collar and wristband shackle muscle. I just don't feel this one. You see, it's actually timid and easily spooked. It always keeps its head tilted down, however its bite is powerful. I would love the kind of dichotomy of like, oh, this thing looks so scary, but it's actually super nice. But like, it doesn't look scary enough to pull that off. I think Granbull's down here for me. I just... definitely agree. With just, it's... naked and can't think of a scarier description. I actually don't like the horrifying flesh teeth. Like, it's a big part of what loses a lot of the... like, if these were actual orc fangs jutting out of its mouth, I feel a bit more intimidation from it, but it looks more like... it goes from looking terrifying to just looking kind of silly. Like, this looks more like a mustache than fangs. And the animations don't sell the nice part anyways, so it's all a waste. I don't know. I've never liked this design. Don't think I put it all the way down here, but I've never been a fan. Quillfish. What a weird singular Pokemon. It eventually gets over Quill many years down the line, but not even the basic one. It's just a regional variant. This one's just kind of like, is there something interesting about its Pokedex in any way, or is it just... nah, yeah, it's just inflating. What's the name of the fish? Pufferfish. It's just a pufferfish. Has a skull on its tail, does it? Whoops, I saw the bagworm moth up. Oh yeah, kinda. I don't know. This was just kind of there for me. Here, maybe? I kind of get what they're going for here. But it's so simplistic. Yeah, it's kind of a sea mine. But, like, it doesn't really work that way. Well, I guess Poison Point. If you hit it, you get poisoned, but... I don't know. It's a Pokemon I feel like should have an evolution, and without one, without the Hisuian over, and even then, overcool doesn't do much. It almost feels more like more of a stance change than an evolution. Kind of based on underwater mines as well, because it can shoot the spines like shrapnel. Yeah, even if that is the idea, I'd want more from it. Oh gosh, this is... Scizor is so cool, but the biggest problem with it is that it's attached to Scyther. And Scyther's the coolest goddamn Pokemon that's ever existed. So if you want to evolve a Scizor, you gotta say goodbye to a Scyther. Which never feels good, which is such an odd conundrum to have. Because, like, look at this thing! It's so sick! But then you look at a Scyther, and it's also sick, and the game forces you to choose, which is so rude. Scizor should have been its own thing? I completely agree. It kind of feels ham-fisted to just force it onto Scyther. Which annoys me because I really... Things like that... Like, that means you never get a Mega Scyther because there was a Scizor instead. Yeah, I agree, I do like it has the same stats, but again, being the latter form means it gets those... like, Mega Evolution perks that a Scyther just can't get. Think it would work better as a rival? Yeah! Yeah, that would be better. Absolutely agree with that. I'm just debating if I want to knock it down for that, because it is still such a cool design. And I like the consolation prize. Yeah, well, all I'm really debating in my head is if I want to be salty about knocking a Mega Scyther, which I don't think I'm going to be. Does the Pokédex entries give any... Swing his eye power answers to scare opponents. Nah, it really doesn't describe the evolution in any way. Scizor and Scyther should just be with the Gen 5 Elemental. Yo, that'd be sick! Oh, just having Scizor, Scyther, Cleaver as that kind of, okay, pick whatever kind of fighting style you want to favor, and take this bug with you. That'd be so cool. I still think I'm gonna put it S tier. I can't not. It's one of the coolest looking bugs in the entire franchise. But it's a hesitant S tier. Yeah. And I don't like Mega Scizor. That's another problem. Which just makes me so upset that it becomes a direct evolution from Scyther, because I feel like a Mega Scyther could be so cool, but this weird mechanical Scizor just does nothing for me. Shuckle's fun. I really like Shuckle. It's just a goofy little guy based off of these little critters. Like, it's just mold. That's come to life and just starts moving around. And this is one of those cases where I don't take gameplay into account for a lot of these, but the fact that this is one of the most defensive Pokemon in existence is so funny to me. Partially due to the typing, also having sturdy as well. Like, it almost gives that kind of what I'd want from Fortress, Pineco, Tangela. But it just reveals itself and it's like, oh no, I'm just nothing. I'm just a little dude, a little glorp of matter. Just a little booger of a creature that'll hide back in its shell as soon as it gets bothered, and it's kind of hilarious. In Gen 2, before abilities existed, Shuckle would turn berries into berry juice. This is mentioned nowhere, and when abilities were added, they were replaced with nothing. Interesting. Should Shuckle get an evolution? Not that I can think of. I think it's non-evolution. It's just part of its charm. Like, you could absolutely do something with it. But I kind of love that this little tank of a Pokemon is just this just this basic pasta-looking creature. Don't think it's legal to dislike Shuckle? Absolutely. I put it like... I don't think it quite hits S tier for me. It's kind of in that... kind of in that Porygon-ish range. Like, it's a very simplistic design for everything it's trying to do. I think it's hilarious. I enjoy it immensely. I think I'm bumping Skiploom down to here. I keep seeing it next to these two. I just don't like it quite as much. Yeah, something like that. Heracross is another very simple Pokemon, but it's still a very cool, intimidating creature. I think this is high A easily. Maybe S tier? I do love that it gives off the identity that it can fight you if it really, really wants to. Peak bug design, really? Alright, something in Heracross. Between other really solid bugs of just this generation and the last one, it always felt to me just a little lesser than the rest. But I'm willing to hear some thoughts on this. I've never used one, which might heavily have changed my opinion of it. It's one of those mons that's perfect for the fighting type. True. That kind of dueling beetle. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. You know, that's a good point. It is probably one of the better fighting types, actually making it into a actual competitive creature rather than just this weird humanoid doing chin-ups in the middle of a dense forest and looking weird as hell for it. You'd be surprised by how much of a fan favorite Heracross is, like almost everyone I talk to. Oh, I'm not surprised by it at all. Like, I'd never be surprised about someone being a fan of a Pokemon bug. Okay, yeah, okay. Styling it more around the actual Hercules bug throwing people around. Also, keep in mind how Pokemon series origins derive from the Japanese tradition of rhino beat of... Ooh! Okay! No, you know how to sell me on things. I do like that a lot. I'm blind when Game Freak trying to make bug types taken more seriously. I mean, I see what you're saying, but also Scyther existed in Generation 1. I think bug types were doing just fine back then. Nah, you guys are selling me hard on this. That culture comparison with Rhino Beetle fighting as a park tradition, that's really fun. And it is a relief to see a fighting-type Pokemon that I'm not immediately just kind of made uncomfortable by seeing. Does it beat? I feel like I need to use a Heracross to really just... really be sold on it. Like gameplay-wise, because I can't quite... Maybe Sudowoodo? Plus, you never have another bug type. No, I'm not saying that. Not, absolutely not. I'm just saying that if the approach is Heracross is kind of emblematic of trying to make bug types taken more seriously, I don't agree with that because I think they were already taken seriously. I'm not saying that you can't have a cool bug type that isn't just Scyther again. Absolutely not. That was just more of a rebuttal to that potential design philosophy. Because like, there's also Pinsir in the last generation. Trust me, in my Platinum playthrough, Heracross is a fun one when it comes to close combat, and the Mega Horn was a signature move. It is so fun to use. Okay, okay. Alright, you're selling me on the S tier. I'm just trying to figure out where. I like the punching bag design more of Wobbuffets. I enjoy the, okay, it's quills, but they're on fire, of Cyndaquil more. I think Hoppip's just too high. I think the whole static electricity of, I don't know, but the Rhino Beetles throwing people is a really fun way to do throwing, like fighting types, though. Maybe it's here. Yeah, I think right here. Okay, yeah. You guys sold me. You guys sold me. Well done. Well done. Okay. Do I think it one-ups Scizor? Because I feel it being a more natural take on how original Rhino Beetle works instead of being a tiny bit more than badass. Disassociating from my bias against it being an evolution of Scyther, with this added context for it, I think so. I think it does beat out Scizor for me. Just because I feel like that's a more natural extension of a Pokemon's identity. Scizor's got a weird half-mechanical vibe to it that makes it feel... its design feels just a tad forced. It looks sick, but it feels a bit forced. You guys are selling me on Heracross just being the natural, just power lifter of the Pokemon universe. Imagine a playable Heracross in the same way as oh, Beetle... okay, yeah, fair enough. Alright. Sneasel I've never really gotten. This is one of those ones that feels just a tad too anthropomorphized, while also having just weird random bits to it. What's the Pokedex reason for that ear? How's Arcanus? On still prey. Watching hooked claws. Just claws. Okay, okay, what about design? Is there a particular reason for that, or is it just kind of scattered? I do love the brilliantly hot pink shiny fur. That's always amused me. It's kind of a type of yokai ever some weasel demon with sickles on their legs. Some of the guys cause mysterious cuts on the arm. Okay, okay. I do like yokai inspirations. Weasels with mammals with a hatch of the long goes. Its feathers from the dorsal crest on some of these species. What does a vivid look like? I'm not seeing any feathers on this thing. The wind itself, the keel element coming at you, is trying to soon with wind because the last birds move in the air. Feather in place of an ear is weird, but I appreciate when there's design asymmetry. I do too. But I also don't like design asymmetry that seems to exist just solely for the point of design asymmetry. Like, what's a good example of that? Done well, that I'd argue. Hold on. Also, this playlist has been looping the same songs for a bit. Let me get some different Gen 2 music going. Get some battle themes. There we go. Don't understand why there's gold bits in the design. Because it looks kind of thievery-ish. And those are the gold coins it stole. I don't know. I think Weevil's a more solid design overall of, like, the idea it's going for. This kind of, like, impish little thief in the night. This one kind of just feels a little too, I don't know, try hard, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. If it was just a feather in its ear, I might like it better, but the fact that it seems to be its actual ear just looks so odd. And I don't like the weird 3 crest feathers on its butt either. I don't know, this one's never done much for me. I like Weevil a lot more. Give me some more. What do the sprites look like? Yeah, I get the... I like the initial sprites a lot more. This kind of gremlin-looking creature. I feel like its latter incarnations try a little too hard to look cool, and it just does not flow with me. I think the new form looks more natural. Yeah, kinda. Well, honestly, there's barely any difference between the two of them. Like, remove the color schemes from it, and it's basically the same Pokemon. Just with different poses and slightly larger claws. I don't know. Not a fan. Not a fan. Somewhere right here, maybe? Yeah, somewhere right there. You know what? I'm gonna balance these out a bit more. Because I keep looking at how this list is laid out. I think I want to move the boundaries of where the tiers are a little bit. Yeah, okay. The fire types are way off between the two of them? Yeah, yeah. Like, I just look at Sneasel and think, like, okay, but, like, you would look so much cooler if, like, you had a full crest of feathers. Or like both of your ears were these weird red imp-like ears. I don't know, the asymmetry feels too forced to me. Teddy Ursa is literally just a teddy bear that you go to sleep at night with because of the big fat moon on its forehead. I do like the connections with the moon that it has with, eventually, with Ursa Luna. Like, it's a nice little design flourish. But there's just not much to it. It's just a little bear. It's a cute little bear, but it's just a bear. I'm not even gonna put it that high. Like, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Does the Teddy Ursa line do anything interesting? It's just all focused around honey. Do they always carry honey? Is that what the purpose is? You just find them in the wild and they're holding honey, and that's how you get... Oh, wait, no, it's the honey gather thing. Their farm... Okay, no, yeah. Okay, no, yeah. That checks out more. What the heck? Hold on a second. I thought it was... Okay, it's just... I thought I was holding a knife from how small the picture was. I was about to score it way higher. That would have been funny. They specifically steal from Combi and Beetle. I mean, yeah, those are the bee Pokemon. I wouldn't have even needed that in the Pokedex entries. That's just the obvious choices. It's fun as a little bit of... I do enjoy that kind of natural interaction in Pokedex entries. Lets you see how species coexist together. Kind of wish the paws were golden, like it eats so much honey that its hands are permanently stained. I can see that, yeah. It is definitely adorable. I can't deny that. Like, look at that little face. And Gale of Darkness uses Lick and makes a tongue pop out of it like 3 times the size of its body, but I think that's just an animation mistake. That's hilarious. Teddy Ursa is kind of the Magikarp of the generation, being something cute and dumb evolving into something dangerous, and they wish they'd play that. I can kind of see that. But I don't think Ursa Ring follows through on that nearly enough. Like, it is bear. It is full moon bear. Got the whole... I guess that would be new moon, technically. Like, it does get that intimidation factor. I'll put it up near Typhlosion-ish. Something like that. Like, it's a satisfying evolution for the little adorable creature. But... I don't know, it's not doing anything. Alright, is there any... Could climb up snap trees or something? It's just Big Bear does Big Bear things. Okay, that's all. Teddy Ursa isn't stupid enough to be Magikarp. Agreed. Ooh, I absolutely adore Slugma and Magcargo. This is such a fun way. This is almost what I would want for, like, fossil Pokemon in this universe. Like, stop doing just, like, okay, it's a rock Pokemon and rock type and something else. Make these crazy Pokemon that are just living embodiments of pure elemental energy. I think Slugma and Magcargo are both absolutely excellent. I'd put both of them extremely high. I like this more than... easily better than Cyndaquil. Like, it's Slug, but lava. And like, it's this sick, like, obsidian shell as well. That's so cool. I can put it higher than that. Yeah, I just think it's a cool Pokemon. You realize Magcargo is also... Yeah, I know what I'm... You know what I mean. I'm talking more just the... Okay, this is crazy, ancient, elemental stuff for what a fossil Pokemon should be, rather than just, okay, it's clearly just a fossil that got back up again, which just isn't as fun. No Ice Talk is about it? Nah, I think it's still cool. Yeah, the dripping lava whiskers are fantastic. I think Slowking's and the Slowbro line is just better. One of the Pokedex Magcargo is 3 times harder than this. Oh, right, yeah. Magcargo isn't one of the funniest Pokedex entries just because of how absurd these claims are. Like, remember all those debates of like, oh yeah, who would win, 1 trillion lions or all the Pokemon? 1 trillion lions wouldn't be able to handle Magcargo alone if what its Pokedex is claiming is so funny. Yeah, great Pokemon. I love these two. Mammal... No, Swinub is the first one. And then Piloswine. Correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first primarily ice type in the series? No. Jinx and Articuno were first. But Jinx sucks and Articuno's legendary, so it... Not the first, but one of the first. It annoys me how long it took for them to get to actually, like, properly integrating ice types into the Pokemon's designs. This guy here outright Dunsparce is that low. Yeah, we'll do about reorganizing later. I'm down to hear conflicting opinions, don't you worry. Swinub's just kind of there for me. I've always found it's amusing that the version of the Pokemon that has pillow in its name is not the pillow-shaped friend. Like, it's just a fluffy-looking pig. Like, it's fine. It's solid. I think it's, like, low. Maybe even C. Well... Love the Swine line being an ice type. I love that they start with a loose Ice Age mood and then toss being a pig-nosed mammoth. I can see it. I just don't like... almost in the same way that I don't like water-type Pokemon just being, okay, this is an aquatic creature. I'm not as fond of ice-type Pokemon that are just, okay, this thing survives in cold climates. Yeah, somewhere around here. Piloswine's a little more fun. It's different, if nothing else. This weird, like... What's the dog? That you can never see its eyes because its fur is always over its eyes. That, but this weird pig mammoth thing. Like, points for creativity, if nothing else. Put it maybe somewhere right here-ish. Like, for what it is, it's good. It's good. It's not really until it hits Mamoswine that I start feeling like, oh, okay, this is pretty cool then. Piloswine's definitely a Pokemon in one of the most egregious Pokemon in Generation 2. It's one of, I think, the only Pokemon of this generation that I feel that second evolution curse that I felt in the first generation of Pokemon, where it's just like, okay, alright, this is alright, this is a neat meta evolution, what's the next thing? What do you mean that's it for 10 years? You agree with that? If it's so rare for ice types to be ice age-like, when more of them are literally ice. Yeah, but I want more of a combination. I can see where you're coming from, I just don't agree with the preference. Rose Pillswine and Mammal Swine kept Swinub stripes, so they aren't just a big bring jump from behind point of view. Okay. Highland Cow inspiration as well? Yeah, definitely. What if a Highland Cow was a pig? Or if a yak was a pig? I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. But I want Mammal Swine to really complete it, and even then, Mammal Swine kind of frustrates me as well, but we'll get to that eventually. Completely different reasons for that one. Corsola's. It's just coral with a face. That goes right next to Sunflora. Like, it's cute, it's kind of fun, but it's just coral with a face. I like Galarian Corsola a lot more, and that's more just for the theming of it than anything else. I do appreciate what Corsola does in terms of, like, Pokedex entries for other Pokemon. Like, a lot of them mess with Corsola in various ways. But the baseline Pokemon, it's just coral. Remoraid. Sure is a fish. That sure is a fish. Okay. I need to remember. I remember there being something fun about this evolving into Octillery. Right. Because it was originally shaped just like a gun. It's based kind of off of Archerfish, which would actually shoot water to take flying insects down and bring them back down into the water. And once you turn into Octillery, and it's literally just, okay, what if a tank was an octopus? Which I believe... Yep. That's one beta sprite that I would die to still have in the game. That's so funny. Like, the evolution does make more sense with that kind of context, but I feel like losing that initial design philosophy does hurt them a little bit. But it's still fun designs. I think Remoraid... It's not enough to save it for me. It is just a fish, but it is a fun design of a fish. I'll put it, like, right there. Octillery... Gosh, if it was the beta design, that'd be amazing. As it is, like, if it was beta design, I might even put it up here. Doesn't do enough with the idea. Maybe like here-ish, high B tier. Is that fair? Like, with the admission that if it was this hilarious tank treads octopus, that's an S tier. That's so funny. But here, it's an octopus that spits water. It's different enough that I'm willing to give it a bit of credit, but... No, it's just an octopus. There's not an octopus in the world that's shaped like this. You can still clearly see that kind of tank-like inspiration to it. It's just a shell of what it used to be. I don't think it's cooler than Noctowl. Nah, I like the design more than Noctowl. Noctowl's neat, but it's just an owl. Wait, if Remoraid's a gunfish and Octillery is a tank octopus, would that team be playing with a gun? That might be kind of neat. Wait, is there... I saw someone mention a symbiotic relation between Remoraid. Is that a thing? It clings to a mantine's underside to scavenge for life. Oh! That's kind of neat. Clings to mantine to feed on... I do love things like this. Okay, okay. Does definitely do nothing with it. I've never heard of that being a relation before. Without artillery aspect, it's just a normal octopus, and you'll never sell me on one. Well, yeah, that's the thing. The artillery aspect isn't completely gone. It's just like 20% of what it could have been or what it used to be. Like, it's still clearly got the gun as part of its body. There's not an octopus in the world that has its mouth there. But it's a shell of what its potential would be. Mantic needs Remoraid in order to evolve? Really? That's interesting. Delibird. Or Delibird. This is when I need to see a Pokedex entry. If this is another Mr. Mime kind of deal... Carries food all day long. Our tales about lost people were saved by the food it had it nested at the same time all day, carrying food to its raiding chicks. Okay, okay, no, it's actually implementing it into its kind of lifestyle. Okay, okay, good. I want to like this one. But it's kind of, it's dangerously close to being like, oh yeah, it's just the Santa bird. But no, it's actually backing it up. It's backing up the design. There's once a famous explorer who managed to reach... I love stuff like this. I wish there were more Pokemon entries like this. Just weird historical tidbits of knowledge about how Pokemon have interacted with various areas and occurrences in history. That's so good. Its sack is its tail? Really? Hang on. Here's fooled rabbits. No, yeah, huh. Is there any... I need to see some... One second. I want to see some images, see if there is... Fascinating. No, I can kind of see it, yeah. Oh, especially these sprites. It's just kind of got like a marsupial pouch, but inside of its tail? Yeah, especially these back sprites, so you can clearly see that. That's so interesting. I thought it was just a bag. Oh no, that absolutely scores points with me. Definitely at least... Now, if Giraffere can get up here, Delibird can too. Because, like, it's a fun twist on, like, a basic Pokemon, but with some fun callbacks to various mythological features, in this case being, obviously, Santa Claus, but in a way that doesn't completely overwrite its ability to exist in a natural world. It's just a fun Pokemon. I'm gonna put it higher. It's just a fun idea. Yeah, somewhere around here. Deliberte's fun. Mantine. Okay, I want to see... Okay, no, yeah, it's just right there. It evolves from Mantech when leveled up with a Remoraid in the party. I wish they did more with this design space. This could be such a fun... If this was a design that was introduced in later generations, I bet you it would be so much better. It doesn't care for attachment, scavenging for leftovers. Like, these are fun ideas. But at the same time, it's just a manta ray. I do love manta rays, though. And that is definitely one of the most friendliest manta rays I've ever seen. Is your greatest of all time literally your favorite? Okay, interesting. I don't know if I can agree with that all the way, but I definitely see the appeal. I think for me, it doesn't beat Octillery for me as a water type introduced in this generation. I do like it more than Meryl. Okay, so this is an easy... I like Ursaring more. I like Yanma more. I think I like Murkrow more. I do not like Gligar more. Yeah, mid-B tier. Like, it's fine. It does some interesting things with Remoraid, and which keeps it from just falling into that kind of zone that we had with, like, Horsey, Almanite, and all those. Just like, yeah, it's just kind of the thing that it's trying to be. It's a little more fun than that, but not by much. Oh, yeah, true. There was that Mantine Surf minigame. I completely forgot about that. I never played the... What was it? Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon? I think? Yeah, it was Ultras. Never played those ones. I was happy with Sun. Skarmory's sick. Skarmory's an easy S tier. Like, I've never really felt a need to use it, but that is such a cool Steel-type flying Pokemon. Still clearly a bird, but with these, like, weird razor wings at the same time. Like, it's so cool. I want to see some sprites of this thing. How did this thing originally look? I bet it looks awesome. Yeah, look at that thing! That's so cool! Like, sure, could it have an evolution? Absolutely. But it doesn't really need one. It's kind of just cool on its own. Just, yeah, you made it. It's steel flying. You did it. You figured it out. It looks beautiful. Well done. Moving on. Oh, Houndour and Houndoom. These are some of the best Dark-type Pokemons in the entire game. I think these are both easy S tiers. Such a perfect interpretation of a Hellhound. You know what? In fact, I think Houndoom might be my favorite out of all the Pokemon that are here right now. That is such a cool interpretation of like the stereotypical Hellhound from Hell. That's so cool. I love how the bones are actually like growing out of its body. That's so great. It's got the demon tail, the demon horns. Maybe not quite beating Xatu. That's kind of a toss-up for me right there. No, yeah. Houndoom's sick. I can't argue. Like, I wouldn't let people argue that. It's such a cool, perfect amalgamation of a fire dark type. And Houndour, at the same time, still carries a lot of weight on its own. Like, it doesn't take time for it to get good like it does for Vulpix to Ninetales. Like, Vulpix is still adorable, don't get me wrong, but the design doesn't really take off until Ninetales. Here, though, it's still absolutely amazing. Yeah, somewhere right there. Yeah. Oh, Kingdra. Kingdra. You disappoint me so much, Kingdra. When you look at Seadra, right there, Seadra is a sick Pokemon. Like, the adorable little seahorse turned into this, like, dragon-like seahorse, and you're like, oh, wow, when this thing evolves, it's gonna turn into a full-on dragon seahorse, it's gonna look so cool. I'd argue it looks worse! Like, I actually put this all the way down here. Kingdra actively frustrates me. It could be so much cooler. And it does eventually get cooler, it's just... It's a different Pokemon, then. What's it called? Dracolich, I think? Beta Kingdra is so much better. Let's check this out. I'd be curious to see this. Beta Kingdra. That is better, for sure. Even then, though, I'd want more. Definitely no longer disappointing, but, like, for how cool Seadra is, like... Oh, that's my alarm going off. Let me turn that off. Why is it lumpy? I don't know. It just looks bad. Unless you're talking about Houndoom. But just such strange proportions on this thing, too. It doesn't really grow, it just kind of loses how threatening it is. So, yeah, it still looks worse than Seadra, even when as the beta. I wouldn't put it quite there. No, actually, I would put it down all the way down there. That's one of the most disappointing evolutions I've ever seen in the series. Now, that's not true. There's a lot worse ones, but... That's at the point of offending, just being like, oh, that's it? Really? Come on. Fanfi's adorable. That's what I'm curious about the Pokedex entries on. You got kind of a reverse Gramble thing going here. It's adorable, but it's stronger than it knows, so it might send you flying. Like, for a ground-type Pokemon, this one's cute. I really like Phanpy. It is kind of just an elephant. But, like, it's cute. I love it. Don't know if it quite gets A tier for me, though. Yeah, like somewhere here-ish. Now, I like it. I like it more than Togepi. I'll put it right there. Phanpy, I love elephants and I love baby elephants. That's really all you can say about it. Because that's all it is. But it's cute. Well, let me reference back to... No, okay, no. This is high B tier. Because it is just cute. I want a little more of an elemental tie to it than just being ground type. It's more in that kind of Vulpix area for me. Donphin is an odd one for me. It kind of... It's right on the cusp of that feeling a little forced. With it just being... It's literally a tire. Look at that. Does it actually roll around like a tire? Yeah, curling its body into it while charging it for while moving at high speeds. Once it starts rolling, this Pokemon can't stop very easily. Like, it's right on the cusp of feeling just a little odd. Is their mother put stuff in Sonic Mania? Yeah, but at the same time, I do kind of love the idea behind that. Like, it's not unfeasible. It's a weird way of saying it, but, like, it still works. Like, it's not just tire. It's still clearly an elephant beneath that. Oh, right, it is a minigame in Pokemon. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Kind of mentally debating. The tusks in your ears stick out like axle rods. I'm just mentally debating if it's too heavy-handed. I don't think so. I don't think it quite gets into S tier for me. Like, it's still cool, but I think it's a design that's better served by, like, the... What's the... Paradox form, I think they're called in Generation 9? That one speaks to me a little bit more. Great Tusk, yeah. I like both of the variants. Yeah, like, that's way better! Look at that thing! Not as fond of the Iron Treads, but what I want from Donphan, the prehistoric version has in spades. It's still cool. It's still a cool design. Oh, that's an easy S tier. I can't remember which... Porygon 2. It's not Z, it's 2. But building off of the concept of the original Porygon and evolving it just to have better graphics, that's amazing. That is hilarious. I love this Pokemon. Not as fond of what it evolves into. I feel like they kind of lost the joke. But just smoothing out the model to have more polygons like that, that's the best thing ever. Yeah, about there-ish. So that's not the tippy top of the list, but, like, Porygon 2 is such a funny concept. Stantler's just, it's just a deer. That sure is. Is there anything interesting about you? I know you eventually evolve into a more interesting looking Pokemon, but that's not what we're talking about here. Any Pokedex stuff? Or are you just deer? Sternight's antlers are... Okay. What the hell? The curved antlers suddenly change the flow of the air to create a strange space where reality is distorted? Hang on. What? Interesting? It's got kind of psychic deer. What are the balls? I had no idea. Oh, okay. I kind of see it now. It's kind of built around like eyes. The balls are the pupils, and the actual horns are the eyes. Okay. It's hit the realization at the same time. I'll give you a bit more credit than Stantler. Put you next to Ursaring. That's interesting. Oh my gosh, something is in my eye. Maybe not that high. But like that, I was just about to put you in C tier, but that's something. Smeargle's fine. I like Smeargle. I'll put you right next to Delibird. I do want to know, what is the paint? Oh my gosh, 1 second. Is that an eyelash or... I think I got it. Ah, nope, no I didn't. Oh my gosh, sorry. Don't know where that came from, but my left eye is just not working anymore. Okay. I do want to know what the heck the paint that Smeargle uses. That's gonna... Oh, you know, it's an actual fluid that it oozes from its tail. Okay, so it's an actual, like... What's the word I'm looking for? Excretion? Rather than just like, oh, it always carries a paint palette with it wherever it goes. I don't like stuff like that. But this, no, yeah, Smeargle's cool. Smeargle's a little too anthropomorphic with a little natural flesh beret. Oh, why'd you have to point that out to me? Gosh, that is just a flesh beret. Like, it's not as aggressive as, like, say, Murkrow's hat. Talked about this before you got here, but I am fine with Pokemon where it kind of feels not for. I used Corviknight as an example, where it kind of almost feels like humanity got the inspiration for the armor design from the Pokemon. If Murkrow can get away with the Flesh Witch's hat, so can Smeargle. Ah. I think... I just... God damn it, I'm seeing that nub now. That little nub at the top of its head. Ugh. And it's weirding me out. God damn it. There. I feel like just having artists inspired like this cartoon Meowth-like dog into scribbling stuff. Yeah, like, exactly. If you got artists and... Like, if this inspired French fashion, I can kind of see that, but at the same time... Gosh, that nub. This... It looks so off. Like, his scalp has an erection, and it just... Ugh. But I like the actual idea behind it. It's fun. There. I like you more than Artillery. Okay. Scalp Chub dropped you 2 tiers, but it's still an overall positive design. Ugh. It was more like, yeah, like, that's the thing, right? Because when you see things like Smeargle, and you see this with so many different Pokemon, it should be so easy to make that a more naturally just occurring kind of just crest or fluff or whatever. But no, they just hard commit, and it's so weird every single time. Tyrogue. Gosh, do I need to remake the... I need to remake the Good Designs Weird Pokemon. Alright, give me some Pokedex entries. He calls it his little painter! Personal skills will challenge anyone. God, this is why I hate fighting types so much. The entries never do anything to try to make them implemented into the wider world around them. It's just like, oh wow, this thing really wants to fight. It's gonna kick you, or it's gonna punch you, or it's just gonna... Ugh. Like Tyrogue's head crest, because depending on its evolution, it smooths out, sharpens, or he develops more. I'll give you up for Hitmonchan. There's not really a through line for Tyrogue to Hitmontop. Tyrogue feels like it's unnecessarily connecting a bunch of separate... I'd agree with that, yeah. weirdly, it almost cheapens the other Hitmons. I kind of feel like that's for Hitmontop as well. It just does not feel on the same level as Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. You know, no, I don't have to remake the tier, because I just don't really like Tyrogue in the first place. I might even put it down here. Tyrogue parts. That's not how a crest works! Man, I just don't really like Hitmontop in the first place. I get what it is. It's just a top that kicks you. But that's such a hyper-specific design. God, again, it's just like, oh yeah, this thing spins so much, it's got so much power! Nah, I don't like it either. It does have fun animations, I'll give you that. But everything else about its design... You part your hair, become a breakdancing unicorn. It's the rules, this is facts. Like the joke of Hitmontop again. Oh, true! He needs to be perfectly balanced because the stats have to be equal. Okay, yeah, that's fun. That's fun. It's literally the capybara. So? Yeah, but how does that, like, interact? Like, if this was some kind of, like, I don't know, ape creature that a capybara was inspired off of by seeing how it competed, like mates or something like that. I don't know. But it's just a top. It just kicks you. At least commits to the bit. Sure. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It very clearly commits to the bit. It's a problem I have with a lot of fighting type Pokemon. They feel so disconnected from the wider world building of just the Pokemon franchise. And unfortunately, that kind of design space starts getting larger and larger as it starts to consume more and more Pokemon types as they mesh with them. Just debating if I want to remake this. I do at least like it more than Tyrogue. And you know what? It doesn't hit that uncanny valley of these, like, humanoid Pokemons. Only because it has 3 legs. I'm just kind of comparing, like, okay, yeah, I like it more than Cleffa. Does that feel better? Why does it have 3 feet? I don't know. No, actually, no, yes I do. It's because it's hard to keep something perpetually spilling with just 2. It's like fidget spinners have 3 little spinny thingamabobbers. It's better for centrifugal force. Is that its tail, though? 1 second. I've seen this thing's idle on... No, yeah, that's its tail. That's its tail. I don't think I can put it much higher than that, though. I am just not fond of fighting types in general. Why does it grow a tail but the others don't? It's almost like these Pokemon were not meant to be interconnected like this. and that this kind of weird tie-rogue middle ground is a bit forced or something. I don't know. It's almost like evolution doesn't really work when you try to put it into fighting types, which is why the fighting types feel so fucking weird all the time. Smoochum sucks. Same problem with Jinx. I just hate this. I hate this Pokemon so much. Get out of my sight. Elekid is another just... God, I don't like baby Pokemon. This one especially is so on the nose. Like, Electabuzz is a bit odd. But, like, I can see the identity it has here. It's got this weird tiger-like design with weird Tesla coil-like antenna. Elekid is literally just a plug. If I saw this, I wouldn't want to evolve it. I'd be turned off from the design. Olympic... I mean, I'd say it's better than Jinx, I guess, but that's a very low bar. Beta Elekid is better? I'll check that out. Beta Elekid. I don't know if I like this better or worse. It's definitely different. I feel like if the plug part looked more like ears, it would already be better. Yeah, it's too... It's trying too hard to be what it is. And then Magby is... Magby just looks pathetic. Why did Magmar need... It's not... I'm being too harsh on it. It's not bad. It just feels so pointless. Nah, it's not even... I'm being too harsh on it. Just because it looks... Ugh. I'm not putting you in B tier. No, sorry. There. No. There. No. There. Yes. There. I was gonna say, why does Pichu work then? Because it feels like a more natural progression rather than, okay, this is just the same design but worse. Pichu actually adds some things to it. The inability to properly control its electricity allows it to be very expressive in that way. I mean, to be fair, also, just being in Smash Brothers and so many other avenues allows it to be a lot more fleshed out of a creature than these other Pokemon. But Pichu serves to actually feel like a solid 3-tier evolution stage, where the rest of these don't really... I mean, a lot of them are attached to Pokemon that kind of struggle to evolve in the first place. I don't like how things like Magby or Igglybuff just feel like worse versions of the previous Pokemon. Like, Pichu's still got some spunk. It's got some fun personality in different ways. Magby looks like the quintessential target for bullies. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. Miltank. It's a cow, obviously. It's just a cow. That's a hard one to rank based off design, because I know how it interacts with Gen 2. I can't remember who the gym leader is, but just the sheer wall of a Miltank that uses rollout. Like, I love how hilarious it is that this little cow can inspire so much fear in certain people based on what kind of nostalgia they have. As it is, it's just a cow, but like it's a fine Pokemonified cow. I got like B tier-ish here. Ish. Somewhere like that. Yeah, somewhere like that. About as high as it can go. Like, it's a cow. It's fine. Hate the floppy udders. Yo, don't you love the physics of them, though, once it got into 3D? They'll just kind of bounce up and down. Chansey is a Pokemon I wish didn't evolve. Like, Blissey just kind of... I remember saying with Chansey that it felt like this perfect combination of being a Pokemon that's trying to present an idea but not going too hard on it. Blissey feels like you went too far. Right now it's got a dress and it's got this curly hair. I'm like, oh yeah, it's gonna take care of you. Ironically, feels less friendly than Chansey does. No, don't like you. You're going into frustration. Where did I put Clefable, actually? Oh yeah, I feel okay with that. Also just annoying as hell. I don't like Blissey. Smeargle wasn't placed into S. Smeargle isn't in an S because of scalp erection. I just can't get over that. Beta Blissey and Legendary Beasts are terrible. Beta Blissey. What the fuck? Why? Why does it have an ass coming out of its forehead? Look at this thing! I know it's supposed to be a heart, but you know, that's what the hearts are based off of. Like Blissey because it's more, it's a, I like Blissey because friendship Evo, so taking on human traits makes sense to me. I've never been fond of the concept in the first place. Not necessarily the concept of friendship evolutions. I feel like that should be, like, taking on human traits should be more of like an accessory thing that's built into Pokemon. Obviously that's never going to happen because that would actually take work for Pokemon Company to do, and that's not happening. I don't know, I feel like the, how do I put this? It's a Buzzard Gathering. I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? I feel like when you start attaching, like, these sort of humanoid characteristics and, like, fashion choices, it limits the directions the Pokemon's character can go, if that makes any sense. Plus, I feel like just aesthetically, Chansey looks like the friendlier, more caretaker-y-esque Pokemon. Which, for a Pokemon like this, I feel like shouldn't be the case if it's evolving. Oh, the legendary beasts, yes! I'm not very fond of the Gen 1... What the fuck? I looked up the... the beta ones as you asked. I'm sorry, what? Many bullets were dodged. What are these deviant art? Just Persona looking at? Ugh! Yeah, okay, thank God we didn't get those. But I feel like these three do a much better job of selling the sheer power that the legendary creatures should have, much more so than the legendary birds do. In terms of how I'd rank them... Gosh, I've never had to do this before. I like all three of them a lot. I love the little crest off of Raikou that kind of looks like a storm cloud behind it. A lightning bolt tail is fun. Yeah, I think this is... Raikou, the weakest, it's still... I don't agree with that at all. I think Suicune is the weakest from a design perspective. It's the least ice. Doesn't commit hard enough to its elements. It's kind of got an Aurora Borealis thing, but that's kind of it. I think I'd put Raikou... Let me order them down here first. I like Entei the most for sure. Yeah, Entei, Raikou, Suicune. I think I put Entei... Entei's high up here, for sure. I love how it has, like... It looks like there's just smoke billowing off of it the entire time. Its body's kind of shaped like a volcano, too. And it just looks majestic as hell. Here-ish. Yes. Raikou, don't like as much. It's still cool, though. There. And Suicune... There. Like, I think this is one of, if not the best trio of legendaries in any Pokemon game. I feel confident making that claim. I think every single one of them is extremely solid. Have I seen the Paradox forms? I did see. What was it? Just the giraffe? Yeah, this thing. I saw a meme that was just, you know, the Madagascar quartet? Just this being, what is his name, Melman? Or is also like, I don't know, Entei, whatever the hippo's called, I can't remember off the top of my head. Just when it drops down to say San Diego Zoo, yeah, if you've ever seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. I was dying of laughter. Such an interesting design. Remind me what Suicune's looks like. Walking Wake. Yeah, see, I like that one a lot more. That one looks sick. And don't get me wrong, I still think Suicune is excellent. I love this little ice crystal crest on its body. I just don't think it hits as hard as the other two do. So scared of what will happen to Entei. I can't wait. Even if it looks bad, it'll be hilarious regardless. Almost done. Almost done. We got the pseudo-legendary. It doesn't start off very strong. I know it's supposed to be a larva, but I really don't like this weird, like, just makeup under its eye. That's always felt a bit much to me. But I have always loved this idea of this strange reptilian bug creature. Like, it's clearly some sort of, like, kaiju creature, but it evolves like a reptile. That's really cool. I think I'd put you... Baseline, probably... somewhere around, like, here-ish. Like, it's an intriguing first step for an evolution. Which is a lot more than I can say about a lot of other Pokemon. And then once it gets to this level, you realize that, wait, it's a cocoon? I think it's actually A tier. Just the sheer whiplash of, like, wait, what the heck? Is this a bug? I kind of love Pupitar for that. It's about as high as a cocoon Pokemon can get ranked, but, like, it's a cocoon. But then you get Tyranitar, and just, like, come on. It doesn't feel quite as inspired as other designs, if only because there have been so many of this kind of kaiju-esque design already. But at the same time, it's probably the best of the kaiju-esque designs. Like, what is its competition? What's the highest thing I ranked in that regard? Nidoking? Yeah, it beats Nidoking, no question. Yeah, sorry. Because, like, well, what do you want me to say? It's Godzilla. Of course it's cool. It's freaking Godzilla. Okay, almost there, almost there. Lugia's always felt... just a little... It's the hands. The hand wings have always felt so bizarre to me. And there's nothing really about it that screams Stormbird to me. The crest kind of... It's just... I don't know. Kind of talked about this a lot with the legendary birds, but it doesn't... It does at least give an intimidating vibe, I guess, but that's more just the... I think it's the reach of its arms. The crests also feel kind of just haphazard, you know? See, this is the weird thing, though. I don't even know if it's, like, bad that it has the weird hands. They just look so odd. Have you ever read the interviews with the movie 2000 director where he seemed sexually attracted to Loki and wanted everyone to know how elegant and beautiful it was? God, ahead of his time, doing Smash or Pass 2 decades before it caught on. Also, psychic... I think it's the psychic typing because it's supposed to be like the master of the other 3 legendary birds. I don't know. Shadow Lugia saves it? Let me get an image of Shadow Lugia. I only know that from the cover of... What is it? Gale of Darkness? I don't know. Never played that game either. Yeah, that's fair. Even then, though, the wing... just the fucking fingers, dude. They're so weird. It does at least give the vibe of, okay, this is a powerful Pokemon. I'm not quite sure why it has that presence, but it has it. It's probably just the black highlights around its eyes. That definitely doesn't hit. Where'd I put the other legendary birds? Arcane was B, Zapdos was C, Moltres was D. Yeah, okay. It does give a better vibe of being some... kind of the Elder Dragon vibe. I also just don't like the crests that much. Give me some Pokedex entries. Tell me more about this Pokemon game. His powers are too strong. Guardian of the Seas. It's... okay, sure. Psychic flying, but Guardian of the Seas. Like, it's just... okay. For Pokemon like this, for Pokemon like the legendary Pokemon, or like fossil Pokemon, or things of that nature, if the concept you were presenting me with is exciting me more than the actual design you've given the Pokemon, I feel like there's a problem there. Like comparing to the first generation, I've seen so many better Thunderbirds than Zapdos. Every Phoenix I've ever seen is better than Moltres. And you're telling me that there's this giant mythical sea guardian lingering beneath the waves. Like, the mental image I come up with and what Lugia actually is. There's some pretty big disparity between those two things. Like, this looks something... hold on a second. Like, he describes something like Lugia, and my brain just jumps to something like Amatsu. That's a legendary Pokemon right there. That's a Sea Guardian right there. Master of Storms. Lugia is just... Lugia's not doing enough. I think I'm dropping it. I won't put it past C tier because it's not a bad design. But it's one of those designs that actually makes me a little disappointed. And it's not something I should be feeling... I feel I should be feeling when I'm looking at a Pokemon design. Ho-Oh, however, that's a better Phoenix. There we go. Like, I look at this thing and I say, okay, yeah, that's a mythical creature. You got it, you got it. Can't quite put it higher because I'm looking at Entei right there with the smoke billowing off of it, looking like a literal living volcano, and I feel like, yeah, you could do... Nah. I'll give it more credit than that. It's better at being a Phoenix than Suicune is at being an Ice Dog. Doesn't it like right there? That's fair. The build-up for Ho-Oh. Can't buy Ho. Let me go through my thought process, jumping full. You're living up to your name. You're just jumping at every little opportunity to be like, no, we can't have that. Like, let me process some stuff, man. This is a whole give and take. Let's go with it. I like you more than Hoppip. I don't think I like you more than Mareep. Actual lore does so much for Ho. Oh, yeah, true. The fact that it, like, literally resurrected the list. Okay, no, yeah. I love that mythological kind of stuff. Once you start tying, like, actual... Like, it's one thing to bring in real-world mythology, but once you start building your own mythology in the Pokemon universe, like, that's my jam. It's the reason that Cubone's at the top up here. Like, when you're actually starting to create your own stories. Yeah. Okay. I feel good about that. And then Celebi. Celebi's a good mythical Pokemon. It definitely gives that vibe of this adorable, all-knowing face Brett that's been kind of drifting through time. Where I put Mew? I definitely like Celebi more than Mew as a design. Mid-A tier? Okay, then you're at least... No, I think you do enough to get up into S tier. You give the vibe of a time-traveling Fae. There. There. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's got unparalleled vibes, right? Shiny Ho-Oh. Oh, you know what? I've never seen Shiny Ho-Oh. I probably have, but I'm not remembering it at the moment. I'm sure I've passed by it many at a time. Ooh! Not what I was expecting, but I like it. It feels like just straight up a more powerful version of Ho-Oh. Well, a little less so with the 3D animations, but that's, you can say that about the baseline Ho-Oh as well. Like that one right there, that's great. Okay, anything I want to move around? I think I'm going to drop you to try to balance out the tier a little bit more. I think Misdreavus goes up here, either. It's fun, but not quite, like, S tier, crazy, perfect ghost-type Pokemon. It's just fun. Wobbuffet, nah, I'm good with Wobbuffet. Well, maybe over Sudowoodo, at least. Yeah, I like punching bag, always countering. I'm gonna ruin your Nuzlocke vibe of Wobbuffet a little bit more than the Mimic. That's your chance, Dunsparce. God. These sort of joke Pokemon are so hard to rank. I don't think I'll put a Touch Whipper, don't worry. Please put Dynasty is perfect and being based on the actual meme yokai. That makes it stupid nature perfect. You had a friendship evolution in the next game with Crobat is amazing. Nah, I saw that comment last time, and it saves Crobat from being much lower. But I feel like if you're going that friendship angle, I'd want Crobat to be cuter. Everything here is a full tier higher than it would have been if you'd rated it 3 weeks back in Kanto. You know what? That's a fair point, maybe. Okay, let's compare the boundaries of the tier list for a second. Arbok is the top. How does that fit in here? No, I think that's still solid. I think that boundary there still checks out. What about Umbreon? So a Jake... Okay. Hang on. Another solution to this might just be moving things around here, too. Have you seen Crobat's... Oh, yeah! Crobat Stadium 2 model is definitely something. Anyway, Hoppip is better than Haunter? Oh, I'll fight for that. I love Hoppip's great. Probably not better than these three, though. Like, any on all grievances, now is the time to air them. No, yeah, I definitely agree with the beta octillery stuff right there. I think that's would be a much better design than what he is right now. I think these two are too expressive to be this low. I think we're gonna move a few of these lower. Corvette is at least fun. I'll give it a little bit more credit. Maybe like right there. Steel's not that bad. It's just kind of weird. Yeah. Alligator should definitely be higher. It is imposing. I just feel like its design is too over-centralized on me bite hard. But it's not a better... Not a worse design than Letty, but it's not a worse design than Meryl. Not a worse design than Glasgar. Stantler. It's at least more interesting than Ursaring. There? Yeah, maybe around there-ish. That feel better? Fur has this funny white. Yeah, I know. I don't care. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Meganium is absolutely the best starter of the trio. That's not up for debate. I'll fight on that one. You care a lot, then you can care on your own. Dunsparce. Let's figure out Dunsparce. Let's put it higher and see how it feels. It's a Shuckle. Similar kind of vibe as Shuckle. Gosh, it's so weird with the joke Pokemon. Because you can kind of slot them in anywhere and they'll feel kind of okay. Because now I'm looking at this and being like, oh yeah. Yeah, I like it more than Pupitar. Yeah, that's fine. But it feels weird. I like Fortress's ideas more. I'm hoping it higher. Togepi's just fine. Umbreon could probably do with a bit more credit. No. You could be better. How does Ladybug compare to Digimon's Tentamon? I have no idea what a Tentamon is. 1 second. Tentamon. Oh gosh. Yo, that's sick. Well, mechanized Ladybug, dude. Definitely a lot cooler. I don't think it fits the vibe of Pokemon as much. Croconaut too high. Oh, okay. I'm dropping you. I really don't like you. Now, I don't think Croconaut outright hits one. I do find some charm in how dumb it looks. How do you improve Umbreon? I would make it more sinister looking. Make it more sleeker. It's hard to look at this in a game that also has Houndoom in it and be like, oh yeah, that's the Dark Dog. Like, no. Maybe... So Dark type is more of like the evil type, right? That's how it's directly translated. I'd make this look more like... Hold on. I have an idea. So, like, you know the story of Grimm's? Like the whole black dog, you see it, you die. Yeah, here's a... I want to feel a little bit more fear upon seeing Umbreon. And it kind of just doesn't, like, it's just... It's just dark-colored Eevee. Which, when the other Eevees, I feel like better embodied their elements. I don't know, I feel like there's more you can do there. Okay, but assume that I love crocodiles and have to deal with crocodile existing. With its dumb flesh-colored lower jaw that it only has for the middle stage. I just can't really... I'm not feeling all the way down to E. I'm sorry. You don't frustrate me, you don't frustrate me. You're just kind of weird. But I think you're fine there. Okay, yeah. I think I'm feeling okay with this. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Comparing it from Gen 1 to Gen 2, it's got about the same, like, weighting to it. Actually, on average. Now, I think the average has dipped a little bit more. I think Gen 2's biggest problem, as we've stated many times, is just that it doesn't really commit to many of the ideas that it has. But I do feel like for the most part, it does a decent job, like, trying to coexist with Kanto. I think it's often to its own detriment. Like, there's a lot of things it's doing that's just trying to follow the same ideas, but not doing them as well. I think the Chikorita line is one of the easiest examples of that. But there's some real bangers in this one. Like, some of the better legendaries in the entire series, for sure. The Legendary Dog Trio is fantastic. I feel the weight on Johto's Dex is similar to Kanto's. The issue is I kind of don't want to really use as many Johto monsters as do Kanto. I think a contributing factor to that is that a lot of these are built directly off of the Kanto mons, so they kind of feel like extensions off of them. There's only a handful of fully original ideas here that I really just am absolutely in love with. Like, I love the Houndour and Houndoom line. Zatu's cool. Legendaries again. Slugma Magma. Slugma Mag Cargo. Oh yeah, and you have to take a lot of them into account, the evolutions that get in later generations. I definitely think I would feel disappointed by several of these had I played the Generation 2 games right when they first came out. Like, a lot of these only work because of what they evolve into in later generations. But for the most part, I like these guys. I'm surprised by how much I like them. You guys really sold me on Heracross. Just having the ultimate grappler be a Rhino Beetle is really cool. Yeah, I think I'm good ending here. Thank you all for joining me. This is... They're strange long streams, but they're a lot of fun to do. I love trying to actually articulate all of these things I've subconsciously felt for a long time, but I'm actually starting to really try to delve into. I think once all of these are done, I'll make like a proper edited video talking about Pokemon design and what kind of directions I want it to go in the future, and just kind of more edited down just version of what my thoughts are on these various creature designs. But for now, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time for whenever we do Generation 3, which is one of my favorites, so it should be a lot of fun.